about this game.
Think I'm crazy?
Yeah, I do.
Can't you see it, Frank? The best in the American against the best in the National. It'll be great.
But, Arch, the game don't count for nothing.
Will to the fans.
Good night, Mr. Ward.
Night, Andy. We'll see.
Bill Hallahan on Mountain Papers. Here's your lead offer. There's the ball inside. Say, do you think Arch Ward ever dreamed it would turn out like this? Here's the two-strike pitch. There it goes. Back up. He's hit a home run. Bambino's the first All-Star Game home run. Oh, my.
Someday you'll play this game, son. Someday we'll all play this game together.
Boys and girls, this boy Hubble is a pitcher. Here it is.
There's a high drive going deep, deep. It is a home run.
Come on, Ernie, a big stick, Ernie, come on. Come on, Ernie, your hip brings them to you can do it, come on.
Afternoon, Frank.
Hey, Mr. Ward. Looks like you're a genius.
Save it, Frank. Give it to me in 50 years if we're still around.
Hey, who's gonna win that game tomorrow?
Remember? It don't count for nothing.
Yeah, sure.
Rosen coming to the plate, throws the throw. It's all over. The National League wins.
Low drive, deep right field. It's 3-2. Nobody even turns to look.
Ball hit deep, way back. Davis looks up, it's out of here.
Grandpa, do you remember coming here? Was this fun?
I always had fun at Wrigley Field.
That's a fly ball, deep to left, back. Hey! He did it!
Look, Grandpa.
Great catch tomorrow. You know, I never thought I'd say this. It's a beautiful night for baseball. Let's play, too.
Welcome back to Chicago, Illinois, everyone. The bright lights point the way to Wrigley Field on the near north side of Chicago, the site tonight of the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. And what's a little rain when there's an All-Star Game to be played? As you can see, the tarp is being removed and the players are standing by. The fans have made their way in from all parts of the city and in some cases from all around the country. One of the two hand-operated scoreboards in Major League Baseball in this, the oldest park in the National League, formerly Weigman Field and now Wrigley Field. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Greg Gumbel. The American League trails in this series 37-22 with one tie. Time to introduce the participants. Let's join Wayne Messmer, the public address announcer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wrigley Field and the 1990 All-Star Game. At this time, let's meet the 1990 American League All-Star team. First, the trainers from the Kansas City Royals, Mickey Cobb, and from the Minnesota Twins, Dick Martin. Next, the batting practice coaches from the Chicago White Sox, number 10, Jeff Torborg. From the Oakland Athletics, number 8, Dave McKay. And in the bullpen, number 18, Dave Duncan. Now the coaches, number 20, Frank Robinson of the Baltimore Orioles. And Jim Lefevre, number 5, from the Seattle Mariners. Now the American League non-starters from the Baltimore Orioles, number 30, Greg Olson. From the Boston Red Sox, number 12, Ellis Burks. And number 21, Roger Clemens. From the California Angels, number 13, Lance Parrish. And number 31, Chuck Finley. Next, from the Chicago White Sox, number 13, Ozzie Guillen. And number 37, Bobby Thigpen. Next, from the Cleveland Indians, number 11, Doug Jones. And number 26, Brooke Jacoby. From the Detroit Tigers, number 3, Alan Trammell. And number 45, Cecil Fielder. From the Kansas City Royals, number 18, Brett Saberhagen. From the Milwaukee Brewers, number 39, Dave Parker. From the Minnesota Twins, number 34, Kirby Puckett. From the Oakland Athletics, number 43, Dennis Eckersley. From the Seattle Mariners, number 51, Randy Johnson. From the Texas Rangers, number 14, Julio Franco. From the Toronto Blue Jays, number 11, George Bell. Number 17, Kelly Gruber. And number 37, Dave Steve. And now, managing his second All-Star game, from the defending world champion Oakland Athletics, number 10, Tony La Russa. The American League starters as voted by you, the fans, in the USA Today Major League Baseball All-Star Fan Balloting. Leading off and playing left field, the American League's all-time stolen base leader and 9-time All-Star from the Oakland Athletics, Ricky Henderson. Batting second and playing third base, a 5-time American League batting champion from the Boston Red Sox, Wade Boggs. Batting third and playing right field, this year's American League top vote getter, baseball's first 40-40 player from the Oakland Athletics, Jose Canseco. Batting fourth and playing shortstop, making his 7th consecutive start at shortstop from the Baltimore Orioles, Cal Ripken. Batting fifth and playing center field, making his first All-Star appearance from the Seattle Mariners, Ken Griffey Jr. Sixth and playing first base, the 1987 American League Rookie of the Year from the Oakland Athletics, Mark McGwire. Batting seventh and catching, the first rookie catcher ever selected by fans to start an All-Star game from the Cleveland Indians, Sandy Alomar Jr. And playing second base, making his first American League All-Star start from the New York Yankees, Steve Sax. And batting ninth and pitching, the American League leader with 13 victories this year from the Oakland Athletics, Bob Welch. Ladies and gentlemen, your 1990 All-Stars of the American League.
Bob Welch at 13-3 on the year has the American League's best won-loss percentage at the All-Star break. This is his second trip to an All-Star game, his first as an American leaguer. He was a member of the National League team as an LA Dodger back in 1980, 10 years ago. Right now, back to Wayne Messmer for the National Leaguers.
Now, let's meet the 1990 National League All-Star team. First, the trainers from the Chicago Cubs, John Fierro. And from the Pittsburgh Pirates, Kent Biggerstaff. The batting practice coaches from the San Francisco Giants, number 5, Bob Lillis. In the bullpen, number 34, Norm Sherry. And number 42, Bill Fahey. And now the coaches from the Chicago Cubs, number 4, Don Zimmer. From the Pittsburgh Pirates, number 10, Jim Leland. And from the San Diego Padres, number 2, Sandy Alomar Sr. Now the National League non-starters. From the Atlanta Braves, number 10, Greg Olson. From the Chicago Cubs, number 12, Sean Dunston. From the Cincinnati Reds, number 11, Barry Larkin. Also from the Reds, number 28, Randy Myers. And number 49, Rob Dibble. From the Houston Astros, number 45, Dave Smith. From the Los Angeles Dodgers, number 48, Ramon Martinez. From the Montreal Expos, number 29, Tim Womack. And number 32, Dennis Martinez. From the New York Mets, number 18, Darryl Strawberry. Number 29, Frank Viola. Number 31, John Franco. Next from the Pittsburgh Pirates, number 24, Barry Bonds. Number 25, Bobby Bonilla. And number 26, Neil Heaton. Introducing from the San Diego Padres, voted as a starting catcher, unable to play because of injury tonight, number 9, Benito Santiago. Also from the Padres, number 12, Roberto Alomar. And number 19, Tony Gwynn. From the San Francisco Giants, number 9, Matt Williams. And number 49, Jeff Bradley. Now, let's meet the manager of the National League All-Stars. From the defending National League champion San Francisco Giants, number 38, Roger Craig. And now, the National League starters as voted by you, the fans in the USA Today Major League Baseball All-Star Fan Balloting. Leading off and playing center field, the National League batting leader from the Philadelphia Phillies, Len Dykstra. Batting second and playing second base. Taking his 5th consecutive All-Star start, the National League top vote getter from the Chicago Cubs, Ryne Sandberg. first base, last year's National League top vote getter from the San Francisco Giants, Will Clark. Batting fourth and playing left field, the 1989 National League Most Valuable Player from the San Francisco Giants, Kevin Mitchell. Batting fifth and playing right field, the 1987 National League Most Valuable Player, making his 7th All-Star Game appearance from the Chicago Cubs, Andre Dawson. Batting sixth and playing third base, making his first All-Star Game start from the Cincinnati Reds, Chris Sabo. Batting seventh and catching, making his second consecutive All-Star appearance from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Mike Scioscia. Batting eighth and playing shortstop, making his 8th consecutive All-Star start, a recipient of 10 straight Gold Glove Awards from the St. Louis Cardinals, Ozzie Smith. Batting ninth and pitching, appearing in his first All-Star Game from the Cincinnati Reds, Jack Armstrong. Ladies and gentlemen, your 1990 National League All-Star.
Jack Armstrong has gone to the National League clubhouse for his final preparations, the native of Englewood, New Jersey. Cincinnati's #1 draft choice 3 years ago. He is 11-3, and in this, his first full season in the major leagues, he is the National League starting pitcher in the All-Star Game.
At this time, let's meet the honorary captains for tonight's All-Star Game. First, for the American League. Although he spent 19 seasons as one of the game's premier catchers, he may best be remembered by Chicagoans as one of the South Side's most successful managers. In his 13 straight seasons at the helm, he guided the White Sox to 852 victories. In 1959, he took the Go-Go Sox to their first World Series in 40 years. Introducing the American League honorary captain and 1977 inductee to baseball's Hall of Fame, Al Lopez. For the National League, he won at least 20 games on 6 occasions. Twice led the league in victories, complete games, and shutouts. A 10-time All-Star. This high-kicking right-hander was named Most Valuable Player of the 1965 game. He finished his 16-year career with 243 victories and a 2.89 ERA. Introducing the National League honorary captain, a 1983 inductee to the Baseball Hall of Fame, Juan Marichal. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please rise for the presentation of the colors tonight of the United States Coast Guard, celebrating their 200th year of service to our country. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join, along with organist Gary Pressey and yours truly, Chicago Cubs public address announcer Wayne Messmer, in a singing of the Canadian National Anthem.
God keep
Banner America, please join international recording artist and Chicago native Richard Marx as he sings our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
The Stars have come out in Chicago. We'll be back with a special introduction live from Chicago after this word from your local station.
CBS Sports coverage of the 61st All-Star Game is sponsored by Budweiser. Beechwood aged for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you. The Century 21 system. Put your trust in number one. And by the companies of the Prudential. Come to the Prudential and build your future on the rock.
Tonight,
Catch the All-Star lineup on CBS.
hold on to your seats for a sneak preview of the new CBS shows. Meet the newest heavy hitters in the CBS lineup tonight during the game. For CBS.
Get ready for CBS.
There never was a year that could make you feel the way that this will.
It's all right.
If there ever was a year that could make your dreams real, this will.
It's out of sight.
So be high, oh come. Look out, people, 'cause here we come. CBS has got so much that's new, so get ready, get ready. We really think you're gonna love it too, so get ready
for CBS. Get ready for CBS. Get ready, 'cause here we come.
We're on our way.
Get ready for CBS.
CBS has got so much for you, so
Get ready for CBS.
This is CBS.
Powerful appeal. What makes that is unreal. It's 45.
You got something to say? Say it to my face.
Say it now and reserve your season tickets today.
Did you know the cost for these two business calls from Los Angeles to Las Vegas at 10 a.m. may be different than you think?
The check's in the mail? Great.
With AT&T Pro Watts, for this business call lasting over 4 minutes, you can get AT&T quality at a price that may surprise you, even though the other company would like you to believe they always save you lots of money.
Wait a minute. It wasn't supposed to happen like this.
It's value. Another AT&T advantage.
A truck you can live with, a truck you can work with, a truck you can play with, a truck you can stay with. GMP truck.
The S-15 Jimmy has won acclaim from the toughest critics. Now, the new 1991 S-15 Jimmy continues the tradition. Top performance and bold new looks. Welcome to the 90s.
GMP truck. just a truck anymore.
See your GMC trucking team dealer today.
Pizza Hut introduces the new Veggie Lovers Pizza. And now get one for $9.99 and a second for just $4 more. New Veggie Lovers Pizza.
You're invited to Rudy's Slumber Party tomorrow at 5 on Cosby.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field in Chicago, everyone. The forecast is for intermittent showers, but the forecast is also for baseball as we present the 61st Major League All-Star Game. And I believe you're about to learn what noise and fan appreciation is all about as we return you to public address announcer Wayne Messmer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the playing field. To throw out tonight's ceremonial first pitch is one of the greatest players in baseball history. He played with the Cubs for 19 years, hit 512 home runs, and played in 13 All-Star games. And he'll be remembered forever at Wrigley Field as his retired number 14 flies atop the left field foul pole. To throw out tonight's ceremonial first pitch, accompanied by his granddaughter tomorrow, here's Mr. Cub Hall of Famer Ernie Banks.
Mr. Cub, Ernie Banks, and his granddaughter, Tamara Holmes, setting the stage for a brilliant night of stars in Chicago. I'm Greg Gumbel. Jack Buck and Tim McCarver are set to call the play-by-play. We'll return to Wrigley Field for the first pitch of the All-Star Game right after this.
CBS Sports coverage of the 61st All-Star Game is sponsored by Toyota's quality line of cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. AT&T, the right choice. And by Budweiser, Beechwood aged for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you.
Did you know that there is a belief in business today that some long-distance companies can save you lots of money over AT&T? But this has grown way out of proportion, especially if you're a small business. Look at it this way. When you compare the other guys' long-distance rates next to AT&T long-distance, you'll find you can get AT&T quality at extremely competitive prices. And there's nothing inflated about that.
Hello?
Value, another AT&T advantage.
It's Magic Summer from Coca-Cola Classic.
Magic in the real thing.
Introducing the Coca-Cola Magic Cup Instant Win Game, where you can win up to $10,000 or other great prizes. Look for Magic Cup only at Fountain Outlets, where ice-cold Coca-Cola Classic is poured.
There's magic in the real thing. Can't beat the real thing.
Master locks are tough under fire.
A Michelin tire can give you enough miles to circle the world more than 2 times. That's a lot of trips to Grandma's.
If you needed to turn a lot of information into a finished document of the highest copy quality, copy on both sides, reduce, enlarge, insert tabs, add covers, and make 12 perfectly bound booklets, all in about 10 minutes, then there's only one copier that can do the job, the Xerox 5090, proof that quality starts with what customers need. Xerox, winner of the 1989 Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award.
And now we are only moments away from the first pitch of the All-Star Game.
The rain has ceased. The playing conditions will be wonderful. The fans have all settled in, and we're happy that you're with us. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be with you. You know, in sports, we put particular words together to tell us that something big is about to happen. Gentlemen, start your engines. The horses are at the starting gate, but tonight, for us, 2 simple words. Play ball, Jim McCarver.
Well, 10 years from now, I don't think anybody's going to remember the score of tonight's ball game. But every player, whether participating or not, will have memory after memory of everything that happens here this evening. Baseball's a team sport, but it's the remarkable individual skills on display here tonight as we start the 61st All-Star Game, and I can't wait.
As you see, the National League team has taken the field, and we're looking at Jack Armstrong. Quite a privilege for him. First pitcher to start an All-Star game in his first full season in the Major Leagues since Fernando did it back in 1981. Here's the very formidable lineup he'll be facing with the wind blowing out toward right. Ricky Henderson in left, Wade Boggs at third base, Jose Canseco in right field, Cal Ripken batting fourth. Ken Griffey Jr. in center field, and Mark McGuire at first. It's Sandy Alomar Jr. behind the plate, Steve Sachs at second base, and it will be Bob Welch, like Armstrong, a right-hander, on the mound.
Defensively, supporting Jack Armstrong will be Kevin Mitchell, nursing at right hamstring in left field. Lenny Dykstra, after 5 years with the Philadelphia Phillies, finally makes the All-Star team as a starter, or 5 years with the Mets, he's finally made it as a starter with the Phillies. Andre Dawson in right field. What an applause he got before the game. Chris Sabo, Rookie of the Year 2 years ago at third base. Ozzie Smith with 10 appearances in the All-Star game. Ryan Sandberg at second base. Will Clark, the Thrill, the National League Championship Series MVP last year. And the first start by Los Angeles Dodger catcher since 1954. Mike Soshin, Jack Armstrong on the mound.
And Ricky Henderson at the plate, and he is quite capable of giving us a very explosive start. He has hit 43 home runs in his career as a leadoff hitter. Nonetheless, they have to play in and guard against a bunt. That's how versatile and formidable he is. Jack Armstrong, big, strong at 6'5", first pitch of the night. Upstairs for ball 1. Coaching at third base is Jim Lefebvre. Manager of the Mariners and the Hall of Famer Frank Robinson at first. And ball 2 to Ricky Henderson, and you don't want to put him on base. Frank Robinson, a better look at him, Hall of Famer, and showing a lot of enthusiasm with his appearance here at Wrigley Field. 2-0 to Ricky Henderson. Ball 3. And who's the skipper of the American League team? It's the manager of the defending champion, Oakland A's, Tony La Russa. 3-0, and Armstrong wants to throw a strike here. And he did. It's 3-1. Wade Boggs will follow, and then Jose Canseco. A beautiful sight here now that the rain has ceased. And Armstrong trying to catch his breath out there. This is breathtaking for some of these players. There's a fly ball into right field. Andre Dawson knows how to play it out there. The wind carries it. He caught it. You can see how formidable the wind is. It kept taking it away from Andre, but he's been through the mill out there in that position.
The wind blowing from left field to right field. And I mean, it is strong, about 20 miles an hour coming out of the north.
And here is Wade Boggs. Boggs is a little low in his annual figures, but he is batting .306. And takes a strike, and waiting on deck is Jose Canseco. Mike Sosha behind the plate, so Armstrong, I'm sure, feeling better about getting that first out of the way. Inside to Wade Boggs, 1-1.
Boggs nursing a left hand injury all season long.
And in the middle of June, he got a cortisone shot in that left hand. He has responded very well. 14 for 36 in July.
Armstrong got that breaking pitch over. No need to tell you when you can throw hard, and this fellow is a good fastball pitcher. When he gets that breaking ball over, it backs the batter up. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And a little chopper, and that is trouble for Sabo. Can't make connections, and a base hit for Boggs. Boggs says, I'll take it. I'll take it, thank you.
7 consecutive 200-hit seasons for Wade Boggs. He has 94 hits this year. It's going to be very difficult for him to get a 200-hit season. Sabo, a do-or-die play, that in-between hop, but even if he comes up with it, Boggs has a hit.
Well, here's one of those players that baseball fans love to hate, or they hate to love. Jose Canseco. Note his batting average. Despite the home runs and RBIs, he hits for average as well. And he told Tim McCarver he's going to be pumping tonight. 1 on, 1 out. And that one just missed the outside corner. Wade Boggs, by the way, the runner at first, has not stolen a base all year, so Armstrong shouldn't worry about him. Will Clark holding against him. Frank Robinson coaching there. 1 on, 1 out in the first. And he had a big swing at that one. I love it when the big guys turn the bat loose.
That open stance of Canseco, as you see with his left foot, and the high fastball by Armstrong. Canseco, a good low ball hitter.
I don't think we'll see a hit and run here, do you? It is 1 ball, 1 strike to Jose. And a pop foul will blow out of play. 1-2 the count. So Armstrong, after falling behind Henderson and getting him on the fly ball, gave up the infield hit to Boggs, and now he's ahead on the count to Jose. 1-2.
4th All-Star selection, as you saw, but only his 2nd start. He was injured the first half of last year, still came back with 17 home runs, 57 RBIs in only half of a season.
And in the 1 full game he did play, he was 0 for 4. That was at Cincinnati. Short lead by Boggs. And 2-2. This pitcher, Jack Armstrong, is from New Jersey. Started his collegiate career at Rider College, ended up at the University of Oklahoma. He's quite a brash young man, and it has paid off in his stats. He's 11-3 for the year, and one of the big reasons why the Reds are sitting pretty. Two and 2. 1 on, 1 out.
I was talking to Armstrong before the game. He didn't appear to be visibly nervous. It's not exactly, however, another day at the office. First full season with the Reds.
2-2 is the count. And a high fly ball foul. The wind will probably take it away. Clark is there. Can't get it. It blew back about a half a dozen rows. Still 2-2. Jose Canseco, in addition to the good figures we've already shown you, has 12 stolen bases, so he's tough to double. They move in. Smith a step in at shortstop, and Ryan Sandberg in a step at second base. Actually, this infield could absorb that rain which fell here a moment ago. It was pretty hard. Now it's about perfect. Got him with a breaking ball. And the fans here at Wrigley Field love it. That's the 2nd out of the inning. As Canseco said, why don't you throw me a fastball I could knock out of here.
This slider is off the plate from Armstrong. After the bevy of fastballs up and in, the slider gets Canseco.
Here is Cal Ripken.
Here's a better look at that slider to Canseco. Actually, it had more of the plate than I thought.
Ripken has made only 1 error in addition to compiling the offensive figures you see. 1 error this year, and he has 79 consecutive errorless games. He hacked at that one, knocked it straight back, and it's strike 1.
Here he is, about a month ago, moved into the 6th spot with the Baltimore Orioles, and now he's batting cleanup on the All-Star team.
This is his 8th game in the All-Star appearances in 7 consecutive starts. Boggs at first. He was there with 1 out. He was there with 2 out. Or in the opening inning, Ricky Henderson flied out. Boggs an infield hit. Canseco struck out. And strike 1 to Cal Ripken. And that breaking ball missed. It's 1-1. Getting more clear by the moment here in the Wrigley Field area. And let's hope the rain stays away for this one. Ripken not doing very well in All-Star play with 3 out of 18. Boggs has been taking a very conservative lead. The National League president is here, Bill White. We're going to play some baseball. We don't want any designated hitter, he said. We're going to play some baseball. 1-1 the count with 2 out. Bouncer for Ozzie. Force out at second. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. 1/2 inning and no score at Wrigley Field.
The U.S. used a satellite to study Venus. The Soviets used a satellite to study Mars. Now, Lexus is using a satellite to pinpoint Tim Murphy's last oil change. At Lexus, we're linked to a satellite system that can instantly transmit your maintenance history to any dealer in the country. You see, we don't just promise you the sky, we deliver it.
Dear Michelin, in the last 6 years, we've gone through over 30,000 diapers, 2,000 jars of baby food, 1,700 rolls of paper towels, 176 pairs of shoes, and 23 babysitters. But we bought only 1 set of Michelins. Thank you.
Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Nothing beats it.
Nothing beats it.
Nothing beats it.
The one and only.
Nothing beats it.
The clean, the crisp, the cold. The king of beers.
Nothing beats the Bud. Nothing beats the king of beers. Nothing beats the Budweiser. Nothing beats the Bud.
The American League didn't score, had 1 hit in the top half of the first inning, and from the Goodyear blimp, a look at Wrigley Field and a close-up look now at Bob Welch. Earlier this year, he won 10 in a row. He has a current record of 13-3. Here's the lineup which will confront him. Lenny Dykstra in center. Ryan Sandberg. Will Clark. Kevin Mitchell. Andre Dawson, who just signed a new contract today. Chris Sabo at third base. Mike Scioscia, the catcher. Ozzie Smith batting 8th, and the pitcher will bat in this game, and that's Jack Armstrong.
Defensively for the American League, Ricky Henderson, Ken Griffey Jr., Canseco in right, Wade Boggs at third, Cal Ripken Jr. at shortstop, Steve Sachs at second base, Mark McGuire at first base, Sandy Alomar Jr. Look at that, 3 juniors playing on defense. Like a high school, huh?
And here's a kid who looks like a junior as small as he is, Lenny Dykstra. He is leading the league in hitting at 360. And he knows what we're going to do to him later. We have some pictures of him as a kid, and he knows about it. He's, oh, no, you're not going to do that, are you? This is his all-star debut. I said, are you thinking about bunting? He said, no. Leads it off against Bob Welch. Ball 1. Dykstra has 4 home runs, 16 stolen bases. Welch and his battery mate, Sandy Alomar. On the corner and a called strike. Following Dykstra will be this gentleman, Ryan Sandberg, who received the biggest ovation of the evening. Boy, they love him here in Chicago.
Second day in a row. He also received the biggest ovation in the home run hitting contest yesterday.
And then helped his National League team win that home run hitting contest. Foul ball puts Dykstra in the hole, 1-2. And Ed Montague, the plate umpire, left hands a new one out to the mound. Well, let's see if Lenny Dykstra shaved. Oh, he shaved for this game. That's nice of him.
Remember that movie, The Man of 1,000 Faces? That's Lenny Dykstra. Constant movement with the fingers. First Phillies center fielder to start an All-Star game since Richie Ashburn did back in 1951.
And Harry Walker is the only other Philadelphia player to start in center field.
Check the fingers on Lenny Dykstra.
And he's choked up on the bat. 2-2 the count. The most games that Bob Welch has ever won is 17, so he's on his way to his banner season. Let's hope for him. 13-3. Leadoff hitter is Dykstra. 2-2 the count. No score. First inning. Wind blowing to right. For the left fielder, Ricky Henderson. Everything hit out to left field will hang up as it's rolled into the wind. And let's tune in. Let's tune in as they greet Mr. Sandberg. Sandberg up with one out. Look at those statistics. And one for the third baseman, Wade Boggs. Tagged by McGuire for the second out. So there are two gone. And the number 3 hitter for the National League is one who had a great playoff here at Wrigley Field and Candlestick Park, Will Clark.
Hey, you could see on that ball hit by Sandberg, you mentioned earlier, Jack, that the infield was hard. It was, but the grass is very high on the infield. Balls do not shoot through that infield like it does in most parks.
Grass is high, it's wet, it's slow, and then it scoots when it gets to the dirt. Ball 1 to Will Clark. Clark, 14 home runs. They have him played accordingly. Here's a ball that's going to drop. So that's the first hit for the National League. The sweet stroke of Will Clark puts him on base. And he's used to standing on first base and looking in at the next batter.
Over the years, 20 Giants, 5 different Giants have started at first base. Will Clark's third start. And he hits this ball right off the end of the bat. A little dumper into center field. First hit for the National League.
Ken Griffey got it back in, and Clark smiling at first base. Gave Mark McGuire a little punch down there. And here's his teammate, Kevin Mitchell. Had a couple of home runs on Sunday, giving him 21 for the year. Woo! And a good save by Sandy Alomar. That was a tough pitch to handle, Tim.
I guess Welch thought he had Ron Hassey back there. Ron Hassey has caught 49 of his last 51 starts. No truth to the rumor, as you see the fine play by the rookie catcher Sandy Alomar Jr.
And a breaking ball strike from Bob Welch.
No truth to the rumor that Hassey has been shipped in and the roster has been expanded.
There are 2 out here in the bottom of the first. No score. Mitchell chops it foul. He's in the hole 1-2. So for the most part, both of these pitchers are getting ahead on the count. That's Dave Steve. He's getting ready early in this game. Manager Tony La Russa said that his pitchers probably will only work 2 innings. Mitchell wouldn't go for it. 2-2.
I think it may be a little different with Welch because Welch was hurt in his last start. He only worked 3 1/3 innings. He was hurt in Milwaukee. He had won 10 in a row before that. So Tony may change things and go with only 1 inning out of Bob Welch tonight.
Will Clark's at first base. There are 2 out. 2-2 the count on the batter. And that's going to go out of play.
Kevin Mitchell wears that shin guard, that small shin guard on his left ankle, because on sinker ball pitchers, of course, Bob Welch is a guy who rides his fastball, a high fastball, but with sinker ball pitchers, Mitchell is inclined to hammer those sinkers on his left foot. You see that more in evidence today. A lot of hitters who are low ball hitters and hammer their front foot will wear those shin guards.
Mitchell strikes out. First strikeout of the inning, and each team left a man in the opening inning, and we have no score.
Before the first Lexus ever saw the light of day, it saw the light of countless days. As part of our anti-aging program, surfaces were blasted as if by the sun, just so we could see what materials would best resist fading and cracking. Because any car can be new today, we want to be new tomorrow.
Nothing beats #1. Nothing beats the king of beers. Nothing beats clean, crisp, and cold. This is the best, and we've got it right here. Yeah. Nothing beats the bud, yeah, nothing beats the bud, yeah, nothing beats the Budweiser. Nothing beats the bud.
They had just about given up before I got there. They knew they qualified for a Medicare benefit, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get it paid. But I've been trained by AARP. AARP's Medicare Medicaid outreach program taught me how to get to the bottom of Medicare problems. They're not asking for special treatment. They just want the benefits they deserve. I'm just here to help make sure they get them.
AARP, making a difference.
If you can't get enough of your favorite toppings, Pizza Hut has the pizzas you'll love.
Do you love me?
The Meat Lovers Pizza. 6 mouth-watering meat toppings smothered between 2 luscious layers of cheese. And now the new Veggie Lovers Pizza with peppers, mushrooms, and tons of other great veggies. Now get a Meat Lovers or new Veggie Lovers for $9.99, and 2 for just $4 more.
Do you love
Meat Lovers, Veggie Lovers. Now who do you love?
Pizza Hut, making it great.
No score after 1. 1 hit for each club. Second inning. Jack Armstrong and Mike Socha still the battery, and here is Ken Griffey Jr. to lead it off. Number 2 in the American League in hitting. And inside, ball 1. And now a strike is called by the third base umpire, who said he went around on that one. Into the opposite field and chased by Kevin Mitchell. The wind will affect it, and it is foul, and it is caught. 1 out. Where, oh, where is Pat O'Brien? I think he found a place to sit. I think he's out in the scoreboard.
You know what, Jack? I found a great place to sit. Indeed, I am in the scoreboard, a dying breed in baseball. A scoreboard that's operated manually. No fireworks, no electronics. All I got is Dean up here who does the scores. What's the hardest thing about this?
Well, you got to be careful on runners going home. Sometimes you can get mixed up with the third base coach going further down the line, and you might think that that's the runner, and he might wind up going back to third base. So you have to watch that real quick.
You're kind of the Vanna White of scorekeepers. Do you like high-scoring or low-scoring games?
I like the low-scoring. Good pitch game.
Fellas, it may be a dinosaur, but I don't know one kid who doesn't like dinosaurs. Back to you guys.
Strike 1 to Mark McGuire. The foul ball makes it strike 2 as it goes out of play. Yeah, the scoreboard operator says don't count the coach if he steps on home plate. And this is a low batting mark. It's the lowest, in fact, of any of the All-Star players, of the 36 position players here in the All-Star game. But he can make some noise. There's 1 out as he bats, and it's 1 and 2 from Armstrong. You're going to hear a lot about Alomars here this evening, and there's one of them, Sandy Jr. He'll bat next. The catcher for Cleveland. And it's 2 and 2. Don't look for Mark McGwire to choke up when he has a 2-strike count.
He's one of 3 Rookies of the Year with the Oakland Athletics. Canseco was the Rookie of the Year in '86, McGwire in '87, Walter Weiss in '88. They have strung some great years back to back to back.
2-2 to McGwire. And he got him with a breaking ball. Second strikeout for Jack Armstrong.
Jack Armstrong, All-American boy, has proven to be exactly that. Another slider to McGwire. Canseco, the other strikeout victim, on almost an identical pitch.
And Armstrong is almost through with the 2 innings he's going to work. This is Sandy Alomar. Only 3 home runs, but they tell us he's going to get stronger and hit with more power. That's a foul ball. Let's see what the wind does to it as Clark tracks it. And Armstrong finishes 2 good innings. An inning and a half. We look outside Wrigley Field. No score.
What is that?
Looks like a bunch of old timber. Take a break, guys. I'll make a phone call.
Don't touch anything. I'll be right there. We've got a major find here.
The 2 worlds of archaeology and architecture seem to have collided today. The place is literally crawling with activity. And from what I understand, time is limited.
I think this might help you.
Oh, yes, it does.
No, this is space. It's space.
Keep your hand.
His gun doesn't need a silencer. His mouth does. Treat me like the big that I am. Uncontrollable. Unstoppable. Unmistakably Dice. Nice to meet your acquaintance. Andrew Dice Clay.
I'm sorry that I made you clean the toilets. I mean, who did all the work in bed?
Is Ford Fairlane.
What I say, come on.
Rated R. Starts tomorrow at theaters everywhere.
School's gonna be a drag. What do you mean? Come on, Tony. Jameson's rules.
Rule number 4, no gum chewing. Rule number 7, no funny business behind my back. And rule number 12, absolutely, positively, no hitting. Now, that's not going to be a problem for you, is it, Mr. Gwen?
Feel the thrill again. Join us at the ballpark.
The preceding message was furnished by Major League Baseball.
It is still Bob Welch on the mound, bottom of the second, no score. And it must be nice when you're only 36 to have everybody know that it's your birthday. Happy birthday to Andre Dawson.
What a birthday present from the Cubs, too.
Signed a new contract for 1991, and he taps it back to the pitcher, Welch. Oh, says the crowd, 1 out. And Dawson also has an option for 1992, which will be an automatic option if he has a certain number of at-bats. They haven't talked about the money they gave him, Tim, but I'm sure it's considerable.
I would imagine.
Here is a quiet and lethal baseball player, Chris Sabo. First pitch is a ball from Bob Welch.
Sabo, a teammate of Barry Larkin at the University of Michigan, also a hockey player, good golfer, Rookie of the Year in 1988, and that was the year that the All-Star Game was played in Cincinnati, and Sabo, as a pinch runner, stole second base in the 7th inning.
He'll show you some running, but he gets on base here. 2 balls and a strike. Coaching at third base, a very popular manager of the Cubs, Don Zimmer. He signed a new contract a few days ago. And over first base, Jim Leyland of the first-place Pittsburgh Pirates. They're doing wonderful work there in Pittsburgh. And we'll see them play next Saturday here on CBS. 2-2 to Sabo. The Padres will be playing in Pittsburgh next Saturday, and that's one of 2 games that we'll be presenting on CBS, and the other one will be the Kansas City Royals at Fenway Park against the Bo Sox. Sabo to deep short, backhanded by Ripken. And that's 2 out. No fireworks yet. Gee, I wish the wind was blowing out. But this pitcher, Bob Welch, is happy we have the conditions we have. A nice slow infield with regard to the grass, the wind blowing in. He's almost through with his 2-inning stint. And here's Mike Scioscia. Scioscia gets the start because of the absence in the starting lineup of Benito Santiago. Santiago is in uniform and really lamenting the fact that he can't perform in this one. Scioscia is second start, and he shoots it at Ricky Henderson, and down go the National Leaguers. 1, 2, 3 pitchers duel here. After 2, no score.
There's something new coming to you from Budweiser. Something completely new. It's completely different and completely refreshing. Introducing Bud Dry. It's cold filtered for smooth draft taste and dry brewed for no aftertaste. So if you're looking for smooth draft taste and no aftertaste, try Bud Dry.
They perform like great athletic shoes. And for a limited time, when you buy 4 B.F. Goodrich TA tires, get your favorite team jacket free. Distinctive styling. 100% cotton. With your choice of 26 Major League team logos. Hustle into a participating dealer for great performance tires and your free team jacket.
B.F. Goodrich TA tires.
Here are 10 good reasons for you to shop at True Value hardware stores. If you come up with any others, we'll be here to help. You can do it with True Value hardware stores.
I love what you do for me, Toyota. I love how you set me free. I love it. I said I love it.
If you've got the will, Toyota is the way.
I love what you do for me, Toyota.
The friendly confines of Wrigley Field. These spectators are very, very close to the players and the playing field. It makes it quite enjoyable here. And the night is cleared. It's a wonderful evening after the rain which fell earlier. We were only delayed about 5 minutes or so for the start of the game. Here's a good young National League pitcher, Ramon Martinez. We also have Dennis Martinez on the National League team.
He leads the National League in strikeouts with 131. A fastball, a good changeup. He's been working with the pitching coach of the Dodgers, Ron Peranowski, on his breaking ball. It's a spinner right now. But he has a good fastball and a good changeup, and is used to throwing to Mike Scioscia. We mentioned, by the way, that Scioscia is the first Dodger catcher to start a game for the Dodgers since 1954, and Roy Campanella was the catcher that year as a starter for the Dodgers.
And speaking of Roy Campanella, our very best wishes and our prayers for him. He is still hospitalized in Los Angeles. We called out there today. There's been no change in his condition. And we certainly hope it gets better quickly. This is Steve Sachs to lead it off. He's the only Yankee on the American League All-Star team. And ball 1 from Ramon. And the plate umpire wants to check the baseball. we're going to have a pinch hitter for Bob Welch, and that will be Brooke Jacoby. Martinez behind on the count, getting ready to pitch to Steve Sachs. Sachs has only one home run this year. His specialty is getting on and running the bases, and that one just missed, and that's ball 2. That's the way Armstrong started the game, getting behind the first hitter, but he came back and got him. Now it's ball 3. Try to get the breaking ball over on 2-0.
You mentioned Steve Sachs, the first and only Yankee on the American League team. The first time since 1972 that the Yankees have had only one player.
There are the strikes. Sachs thought it was a walk.
Hard to believe that Don Mattingly isn't on it. The first time Mattingly hasn't been on it since '83. 5th different American League second baseman in the last 5 years.
Martinez has a pitch foul back. There's Ozzie Guillen, George Bell, Julio Franco. They're all friends tonight. All members of the American League All-Star team, and they're buddy-buddy for this one evening. 3-2 on the leadoff hitter, Sachs. From Ramon Martinez, he walked him. Well, maybe we'll get some action now in this scoreless game in the 3rd inning. Here's Jim Cott.
All right, Bob Welch got the American League out of the chute with a couple of effective innings. Now, all the pregame stuff is going on, and you've got to go through a little weight. What's ticking in that heart at that time?
Nerves are ticking. Everything's battling, but it's been very special, and to represent the world champions and have my teammates here with me, and along with our manager and our pitching coach, Dave Duncan and Dave McKay, made it an extra special event.
Not the pressure of a playoff, so in this one you can enjoy it.
Yeah, you can enjoy it until you get on the mound, and I got that first out, and I felt much more comfortable after that. But it's been a special 2 days, and it's something that I'll cherish, and I'll never forget it.
All right, back to Timmy and Jack.
And the batter is Brooke Jacoby, hitting .314 on the season. Sachs a threat to run and test the arm of Mike Scioscia. Sachs has stolen 19 bases this year. A ball 1 to him, so Scioscia wants to talk to the young pitcher, Ramon Martinez. Ramon is a tall fella, 6'4" and only 175 pounds, but he is strong. And he can go a lot of innings and keep pumping that fastball. Sachs draws a throw, and he was digging in to run. Well, we've had 2 scoreless innings here at Wrigley Field. We had some rainfall before the game, delayed the contest only a few minutes, and thus far it's a pitcher's battle, but a leadoff walk to Sachs, who draws another throw, and he was leaning. The pictures you're viewing are from the Goodyear Blimp America, piloted by Captain Mark Kinnett. By the way, the Goodyear Blimp Puritan appeared at the very first All-Star Game, 1933, and that was at Comiskey Park across town. And another throw to try to get Sachs. With Frank Robinson coaching there, Will Clark holding against the runner. There have been no changes in the starting lineup defensively for the National Leaguers. In fact, they're obligated to play 3 innings as starters unless there's an injury. Sachs was going, they pitched out. 2-0. Now these good base runners will tell you, Tim, they can read the pitch out. Do you believe him?
Well, I don't believe that all base runners do. Sometimes the catcher will jump outside too early, and that may happen. Only 2 base running threats for the American League team, and that's Steve Sachs and Ricky Henderson.
And we'll see both of them this inning. Sachs is going, and he swipes it. It's into short center, but Ozzie is backing it up. So the walk turns into a double, a walk and a stolen base.
Jacoby swinging, obviously a hit and run right here. Sachs with a good jump, and Mike Scioscia really had to battle that late swing by Jacoby. Watch the position. And the throw is a short hop and Sandberg can't hold on. Had he held on, Sachs steals the base easily anyway.
So the runner's at second with nobody out, and the batter Jacoby. No score, third inning. And out of play it goes. One hit for each club. Martinez gave a leadoff walk. I asked Tony La Russa if he had many signs to give to his new team, the All-Star team. He said, yeah, but most of them are hit. They have a hit and run sign. They have a take sign. Roger Craig told me he has a don't go sign. Two and two to the batter. Martinez could use the strikeout, and he is a strikeout sort. There's a foul back here, keeping it 2-2. One of the most beautiful cities in the country is Chicago. You fly over tonight and you'll see an awesome sight. That's downtown Chicago, the tallest building, the Hancock building you see there. Making our way north along Lake Michigan out to Wrigley Field, where unfortunately they can get in less than 40,000. They could have put 100,000 here tonight had they been able to accommodate them. Runner at second, nobody out. Smith in behind the runner.
That's the daylight play. Martinez and Ozzie Smith. When Martinez sees Smith and there's daylight, of course it's tough to be daylight when it's nighttime, but when there's a gap between Smith and Sachs, the pitcher wheels and the throw on the first base side, and Sachs back in time.
And he's there with nobody out as the American League threatens to take the lead. Jacoby is jammed, hits it to third. The runner stays, and Sabo throws him out. One out. He had to pull that ball. So Sachs has to stay at second, and if he's thinking about stealing, he'll be a little more intent about it now. Here is Ricky Henderson back up there, flying to right to start this game. We were talking the other day, wondering if anybody could name a better leadoff hitter in the history of baseball. Not in this day and age, but ever. This fella can do a lot of things and do them well.
I don't think any leadoff hitter has ever combined the package of speed and power and grace, run-producing ability better than Ricky Henderson.
Ooh, what a swing he had at that one. Strike one. American League leading hitters. Ricky Henderson, Ken Griffey, Ozzie Guillen, Dave Parker, Brooke Jacoby. They're all here. Those are the top 5 batting leaders in the American League.
The Athletics haven't had a batting leader since 1952 when Ferris Fain, for the second consecutive year, led the American League in hitting. That, of course, with the old Philadelphia Athletics.
And a strike, and Martinez popped one in there for strike 2. Ooh, that was a pretty good fastball, wasn't it, Ricky? Yes, it was. 0-2.
People talk about the small strike zone of Ricky Henderson, but with those fluorescent gloves that he wears, I mean, you'd think that would be kind of a way to find the strike zone. Look at those gloves and sweatbands.
And he got it. Martinez cut loose with another pitch. Jack Armstrong, by the way, pitched 2 innings. No runs, 1 hit, struck out 2, walked none. And after giving a leadoff walk, Martinez has retired 2. Sachs swipes second. He's there with 2 out. And here is Boggs. They're going to walk him. Yeah, what's going on here? They're going to pitch to Canseco. What's Roger Craig trying to do? Give us a little excitement here?
The Oakland Athletics beat the San Francisco Giants 4 games in a row last year. Roger Craig was the manager of that team. Possibly still feeling some disdain for Canseco and the Athletics. Very, very unusual move right here.
Well, he gives us something to talk about and write about. That's fine. Thank you, Roger. This will be the second walk by Martinez. Over there in the American League bench, what are they doing here? Hey, they're laughing at our hitters.
They can't believe it, and neither can I.
We'll see what comes of it. That's Julio Franco putting on the display and Ozzie Guillen. The kids are waiting for a Canseco blast beyond the left field fence.
He might be one of the few guys who can turn that wind around.
They hit quite a few out of here during batting practice when the wind was blowing just about as it is right now. Canseco struck out his first time. That was against Jack Armstrong. Two on, two out. And a power pitch and a power swing.
Canseco, a strikeout victim by Jack Armstrong in the first inning. Again, the high fastball, and that's what Martinez does, that high riding fastball.
And in fairness to Canseco, he missed quite a few games with a bad wrist. So he might not be finely tuned at the moment. Up and in.
Yeah, but he had a triple, a single, and a home run on Sunday.
Look at the look on his face with that pitch up and in, and hear the crowd.
Again, the high fastball. And Canseco ducking out of the way, and now Roger Craig wants to talk to Ramon Martinez.
Roger's serious, isn't he? The catcher goes out there, Socia, and Craig says, I don't know you two guys very well. What are you up to out here? What are you guys doing? Well, you're the one who told me to walk him and get Canseco out. There are two on, two out. Ryan Sandberg comes in from second base.
He may be talking about putting. He may be talking about putting the shift on for Canseco. Why? Otherwise, why would he bring Sandberg and Smith out there? Nope.
1 ball, 1 strike. They might be thinking about protecting against a double steal. There's Dennis Martinez of the Montreal club, getting ready to be the 3rd National League pitcher of the night. Everybody's smiling. You can see everybody's in a good mood, enjoying the festivities here. 2 on, 2 out. Get ready for another homer, Jose. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Think we'll see another fastball, Tim? Why not?
1-1 fastball, right around the letters.
2 walks in the inning, 2 on, 2 out. 3rd inning, no score. Crank it up, Ramon. Foul back here, and it stays 1-2. And if he throws a breaking ball and gets it over, Canseco will jump right out of his shoes.
I don't think he's going to throw a breaking ball. Socia catches him for the Dodgers, and as we explained before the inning, Peranowski's been working with him on the breaking ball, but his best pitches are fastball, changeup, and you're not going to go to anything other than that in this situation, a situation where Canseco could park one.
And he fouled this one back here. He was almost on that one. He had a pretty good swing, and it stays 1-2, and the fans are enjoying this battle with Canseco at the plate. He'll try to drive one into the wind, or maybe go the other way against this fellow and try to put the American League on top. 3rd inning, no score. One for Sandberg. Force out to Smith. 2 left for the American League. They have left 3. We'll return to the 61st All-Star Game Classic after this word from your local station.
When CBS introduced Murphy Brown, communism collapsed in Europe. When CBS introduced Major Dad, the Berlin Wall came down. This fall, we're introducing Lenny, Family Man, and Uncle Buck. Who will be the next to fall?
Ay, 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 ay.
Get ready for the funniest comedies in the free world.
This is CBS.
You've been waiting for a special deal on an Oldsmobile for quite a while. Fall came. Winter came. Spring came. Now it's summer. And the Olds Connection dealers are offering the dependable Cutlass Sierra and full-size 88 Royale at incredibly low prices. plus cash back and big factory-to-dealer incentives. So hurry over to your Olds Connection dealer and save. You'd be off your rocker not to.
No one gets you into the Florida mood more than Midway Airlines. Only $29 for kids, $99 for adults. Every seat on every flight, nonstop to 8 Florida cities. Midway Airlines nonstop to Florida. Only $29 for kids, $99 for adults.
To find what they're looking for, more and more fingers are walking through Donnelly's yellow pages. The Donnelly directory is just like the old yellow pages, only better.
Everybody, it's a 10 people town.
We take it back to 1971. Reggie Jackson against Doc Ellis. A blast that nearly turned the lights out in Tiger Stadium.
Reggie hit the home run off me. I really didn't know where it was. I didn't know where it went or what. I just saw people reaching up in the upper deck, and later on I found out it hit the light tower.
There's Jose Canseco. He's not smiling after making the last out in the last half inning. He's standing in front of the ivy-covered walls out there in right field in Wrigley Field. I think you can call that Hollywood and Vine, can't you? He's a Hollywood sort of character, Jose Canseco, Hollywood and Vine.
Tell you, very unusual to walk Wade Boggs to get to Canseco. The injury that Canseco has had during the first part of the season certainly has something to do with that. But as we said, a home run, triple, and single, and Dave Steve is in relief.
11-3. He's had a couple of blowout games go against him, but he's been a wonderful pitcher again this season. Pitches to Ozzie Smith, the switch hitter. And ball one. We're underway in the bottom of the third. There's no score. One hit for each club. And a shot to the shortstop, Ripken.
Ripken, 79 consecutive games without an error, and catches this ball a couple of inches off the ground.
He can move around for a fellow his size. He is 6'5". Not many shortstops are that big.
1,332 consecutive games, and should he play every day for the next 5 years, in June of 1995, he would catch Lou Gehrig, his consecutive game streak.
Well, here's one of my favorite people in the game of baseball, Tony Gwynn. He's pinch hitting for Ramon Martinez, and he takes ball one. This fella has won the National League batting championship 3 times. He's got a ways to go this year, 4 times for Tony. And it's ball 2. Dave Steve pitched his collegiate baseball here in this state of Illinois. Pumps a strike. He played at SIU in Carbondale, Illinois, with Itchy Jones as his coach down there. He was an outfielder for a long while. Breaking ball to Gwynn. You don't usually fool him like that. 2-2.
Said wicked slider from Dave Steve. Slider, slider, slider. That very unusual motion. That stiff back leg. You don't see him come off that leg like Nolan Ryan does, for instance, or Tom Seaver when Tom was in his prime.
That's low, ball 3.
Steve doesn't push off the back leg like most power pitchers. It's almost that straight up and down, and that's one of the reasons a lot of people think that he has one good year, one bad year, one good year. He's having a good year this year.
Well, you have to throw strikes to Tony Gwynn. He walks him. That's the first walk to the National League. And let's join Greg Gumbel.
All right, Jack, thank you. With me, National League starting pitcher Jack Armstrong. Your very first full year in the major leagues, you get to start the National League All-Star Game. How did it feel?
Well, the full year ain't over yet, so, but it did feel good. It was really fun to get out there and, you know, I wanted to give the team a good start and get us, you know, a 0 on the board first. And it was good it worked out the way it did.
We were talking a little bit about Roger Craig's approach to the game. Give us a little insight.
It's a good approach. It's the approach we should take. We lost the last 3. I say we. Our league has lost the last 3. And he said it's like the 7th game of the World Series, and he's going to play it to win.
All right, Jack, congratulations to you. Good game.
Thank you very much.
Jack?
Go back home.
And here's Barry Larkin. He'll go to the game and run for Tony Gwynn. Gwynn injured a knee in a most recent Padre game. So he was a pinch hitter, drew a walk, replaced by Larkin with 1 out here in the 3rd inning.
Speaking of injuries, it was Barry Larkin in the skills competition last year that injured his right throwing arm, and that put him out for the majority of the second half of the season.
He's a threat to steal, and the batter is Dykstra. Fly to left his first time, and a pitch up. If Larkin is going to steal a base, he'll have to do it against Sandy Alomar, who has a terrific throwing arm, the Cleveland catcher. He played a few games for San Diego before being traded over to the Indians. Good lead. And pretty close. 21 stolen bases for Larkin.
The catcher can't do it alone. The pitcher has to contribute. Any catcher who throws out the majority of the runners, or half of the runners, has help from his pitching staff, and certainly Alomar has been getting it from his Cleveland pitching staff.
There it's close again on the throw by Steve, giving the first base umpire, Dave Phillips, a couple of close ones to call.
Larkin back in time. Steve with a good, quick move.
Ooh, that was close. No score, bottom of the 3rd. Larkin on at first with 1 out. And McGuire had to save that one. We played Dykstra straight away. He's a punch hitter for the most part, but he does have 4 home runs.
Well, the problems that Dykstra had with the New York Mets was that he tried to lift everything. He ended up flying out to left field, to center field. He's hitting for an average more this year.
He hits it into center for Griffey. Ken Griffey Jr. plays the wind and makes the catch. These outfielders, we saw them, we were watching them before the game, and they took plenty of time to make sure they knew what the wind was doing with the ball here at Wrigley Field. Now as the Chicago fans cheer Ryan Sandberg, the catcher goes out. Alomar wants to make certain that he and Steve are on the same page. They had a home run derby here yesterday. Ryan Sandberg helped the National Leaguers win the home run hitting contest with this blast. The wind was blowing out differently yesterday and in a different direction than it is tonight, but he can still get it out there. He grounded to 3rd his first time. Larkin at first, 2 gone. There's hitting room through the right side, and Sandberg is not bashful about going there, particularly when the wind is blowing as it is. McGuire dropped that ball.
Another quick move by Dave Steve to first base. Barry Larkin has been diving back. So Steve is really helping Alomar with the constant throws to first base. And McGuire, that ball rolling under Barry. Barry from Moeller High School in Cincinnati, the same school that Ken Griffey Jr. attended.
Sandberg, no balls, no strikes, batting with 2 out. National Leaguers have only 1 hit. We're in the scoreless bottom half of the 3rd. There goes the runner. Save with a head first slide. Well, you be the umpire in this one. How would you have called that one? Quite a throw by Sandy Alomar.
Well, a nice play by Sachs on the short hop. You could see Larkin pick that right foot up and put it back down. That takes time, and it almost cost him. A good play by Sachs on the short hop. It appeared that Larkin did beat the play, however. High tag. Strong throw by Alomar on line, but a little short hop as you saw Sachs dig it out of the dirt.
Now Larkins at second with 2 out for Sandberg, and he chops it to third, and a good play by Boggs, and out at first, and the inning is over. So another man left. That's 2 for the National League. We have played 3 innings, and there is no score.
Don't I know you? Nice shoes.
Yo, Tennis anyone?
Are you sure we haven't met before? Now, where's that Tour de France thing? Nice shoes. I knew I should have taken the right turn at Albuquerque. Have you ever been to L.A.? Oh, don't surf. That's what you think, dudes. Might you all join me in a spot of tea? Where'd you play your college ball? What is he doing here?
I thought this was another Bono's commercial.
Has anyone seen Bo's ball? I know, Kansas City. Nice shoes. Nice shoes. You ever play with Bo Diddley?
I can feel a difference. They must have improved the power.
Automobile Magazine calls it the best compact van you can buy. We call it the all-new Previa. It's here.
It's great.
It's a Toyota. And it's like nothing you've ever seen.
I can get up, move around, even walk through it. I didn't expect so much room in a family car.
The all-new Previa. It's here. It's a Toyota.
It was beautiful.
And it's like nothing you've ever seen.
You know, when you got it right, you got it right. Whether you're talking about this, or whether you're talking about the one and only Diet Cola that does it for Ray, Diet Pepsi. You know, nothing tastes as good to me as Diet Pepsi. All right, now, who was the wise guy?
Diet Pepsi with 100% NutraSweet.
Now, that's the right one, baby.
This is what we were talking about with Barry Larkin. Watch how he picks the right foot up and puts it actually right back down. Well, that takes time, and it almost cost Barry a stolen base. He was just in there. And he'll stay in the game and play short, and Dennis Martinez will be the new pitcher.
And you could see the good call by the umpire at second. Larkin plays shortstop, and the new pitcher is Dennis Martinez of the Montreal Expos. 6-7 record. You know, there are 18 first-time All-Stars here tonight. And this fellow, Dennis, 35 years old, is the oldest of the first-time All-Stars. So he's happy for the honor.
All of the great years he had with Baltimore.
And look who he's pitching against.
Ex-teammate Cal Ripken Jr.
Ripken hit into a force out by way of shortstop his first time. And leads it off in the 4th inning of a scoreless game. Pitchers holding fourth. There's ball 2. This Martinez knows how to pitch. He seldom gets blown out of a game, despite that record you see of 6-7. Fly ball foul. And out of play. Say, almost blew back on the field. That's the way the wind is moving. By the way, the wind has changed a little bit now. It's really going to hurt the batters. It was blowing toward the right field foul line. Now it is switched around and it's blowing almost directly into home plate.
Pitchers, even with a further advantage, they have an advantage anyway in an all-star game.
Chopper for Sabo.
And the reason they have an advantage is because most of these hitters have never seen the pitchers that they're facing, or have limited time in seeing them. Routine play for Sabo. There have not been a lot of balls hit hard tonight.
And those that are hit hard slow down very rapidly in this grass. What's the score, kid? One of the kid knows what the score is. We're scoreless in the 4th. Folks enjoying a nice pleasant evening at the park now. And batting for the second time is Ken Griffey Jr. One time I was interviewing his father, and I said, how's your boy doing in high school in baseball? He said, not so good. He said, in fact, he's not playing. He skies that one for Lenny Dykstra. 2 out. And his father, Ken Griffey, told me that his son wasn't playing in high school because his grades weren't very good. He said the high school coach doesn't like it very much, but his mother and I won't let him play unless he gets the grades up. So apparently, it's paid off in a lot of directions.
Seattle came into the American League in 1977. They have never had a starter until this year. Ken Griffey Jr., the first Seattle starter ever in the All-Star Game.
And it's Martinez to Mark McGwire, and a strike. 2 out in the 4th. And with 2 out. Breaking ball. A low breaking pitch, and that's strike 2. Well, things get better and better for the National Leaguers with Frank Biolone warming up in the bullpen. They've used Jack Armstrong, Ramon Martinez, Dennis Martinez, and Viola getting ready. 0-2 to McGwire. On the corner, struck him out. It's a good pitch. Down in order goes the American League. Into the bottom of the 4th we go. No score.
Toyota presents All-Around Champions. Mike Scioscia is a veteran catcher and known for his great skill at blocking the plate. He's also a devoted fundraiser for the Casa Colina Hospital, and through his enormous efforts, the hospital's wheelchair sports program has given traumatically injured patients a chance to play sports. Toyota is proud to contribute $1,000 to the Casa Colina Hospital. Toyota salutes All-Around Champions.
The 1990 Toyota Celica. Look at it. Listen to it. Feel it. The all-new Toyota Celica. You'll love what it does to all your senses.
Finally, there's just one place to call to get all your major name brand appliances fixed. GE, Whirlpool, Frigidaire. No matter where you bought them, just call Sears. So even if you didn't buy it at Sears, this truck will come fix it. How's that for service?
There's a new attitude at Northwest Airlines, a new dedication to service. You can see it in our on-time performance, the best of the top 7 U.S. airlines. That's our commitment, to make sure you're on time for your commitments.
New MCI Vision gives my business the big business long distance package the fortunate 500 get. Why MCI? They see us in the proper perspective.
Introducing MCI Vision, big business long distance for your business.
1950. Red Cheney's hit a home run in the top of the 14th. The National League won it 4-3. What happened to the ball, Red?
The clubhouse guy come to me and he says, Red, he says, the guy caught the ball he hit for a home run. He'd like to know if you won it. And I says, yeah. And he says, well, you have to get an autographed ball for him from the whole team. So I gave him an autographed ball. And about 2 minutes later, another knock come on the door, and the same thing happened. He caught my ball, so I never did get to write one.
Now the old redhead is managing the Cardinals again. Here is a breaking pitch to Will Clark. Strike call. We're underway in the bottom of the 4th here at Wrigley Field. Clark singled. He has the only National League hit thus far. Got a hit in the first. That's outside, 1-1.
That home run by Shane Deist at Comiskey Park. This is the 6th game played, the 6th All-Star game played here in Chicago, the 3rd at Wrigley Field. That kind of started the National League going. The American League held a 12-4 edge on the National League. But after 1950, the National League was 30-6 over the last 36 years or so.
Let's join Pat O'Brien with a special guest.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. With Cubs fan extraordinaire Bill Murray. And Bill, what does it mean to Chicago to have the All-Star Game here?
It means that there are long lines in the men's room. There are long lines at Murphy's, all the bars and hot dog places around the neighborhood. Parking problems as usual. And a lot of people from out of town trying to get the tickets, you know.
How long have you been working for the Chamber of Commerce here?
All your life. Everyone's sort of, in Chicago, everyone is an auxiliary member of the Chamber of Commerce. We're all unofficially deputized. We can step in and sell something, real estate, or whatever is necessary, fix a parking ticket like that.
It's Andre Dawson's birthday. How about a little,
Happy birthday, dear Hawk. Happy birthday to you.
His movie's coming out Friday. That's a little superstitious, isn't it? Friday the 13th?
Well, lights in Wrigley Field, Friday the 13th, anything can happen.
Jack, back to you guys.
We went to great pains to put those two birds together. Pat O'Brien and Bill Murray. Here's a chomper to second and a big hop. As Steve Sachs over to McGuire. That's the first out in the 4th inning.
You said the two birds together, and the two birds together saying happy birthday to the Hawk. 36 years old today.
And meanwhile, at the plate, the big thumper, Kevin Mitchell. He struck out his first time. That was against Bob Welsh. He faces Dave Stieb. Now we have the umpires calling time for a moment. Something might have gotten on the field out there in left field.
Kevin Mitchell, the most valuable player in the National League last year, very upset at the beginning of the year because of a one-year contract. And with all of the money going around, you can kind of understand Mitchell's feelings. He thinks he deserves a multi-year contract with the Giants.
You saw Ed Montague. He's the home plate umpire taking care of a minor problem. Dave Phillips, Steve Ripley, Mark Johnson, Dana DeMuth, and Tim Welke is the other American League umpire. There was a light on across the street that was bothering the people in the home plate area. So now they have taken care of it. Clark is grounded out. There's one out. And Kevin Mitchell bats with the bases empty. Alignment still the same for the American League behind Dave Stieb.
Steve won 137 games during the 80s. Bob Welch, the person that he is relieving, won 140 games.
He went around on that one.
Only Jack Morris of the Detroit Tigers won more games in the 80s than Welch and Steve.
Steve ahead on the count to Mitchell. 1 ball, 2 strikes. No score. Bottom of the 4th. That's low, and it's 2-2. Out in the American League bullpen, Brett Saberhagen. Pretty good relief man to have getting ready. We've seen some talented pitchers here tonight, and they are holding 4th. There is a diving stop by Boggs. Mitchell is tagged by McGuire for the 2nd out. Mitchell is still not running full speed. Nice play by Wade Boggs at third base. They overlook his defensive abilities.
Boggs much maligned as a fielder when he first came up. And when you have 200-plus hits 7 years in a row, they still don't pay that much attention to your feeling. But that was a fine, fine play going to his left.
There are 2 men gone. National League has had 1 hit, 1 walk, and that's the offense so far. Ball 1 to Andre. Switched around again, and it is as it was, blowing toward the right field foul line in from left. And again we have that problem with that light across the street. Oh, there's a party going on. There's a party going on right here. Up on one of the rooftops, and that light is bothering the batters at the home plate area. Maybe that's why we don't have many hits here tonight.
Montague trying to get that light turned off, but it's outside the ballpark. I mean, he has control. He has control of things inside the ballpark. What about outside?
There's only one guy who can control that, and that's Pat O'Brien. He will go out there and turn that light on.
That might be Pat O'Brien out there, as a matter of fact.
There are 2 out. And a strike call. 1-1. Well, perhaps the folks out there were watching us on television and heard us report that and were nice enough to turn it out. At least they'll turn it out while the National League is batting. There's a foul ball. 1-2. Steve issued a walk earlier, but since then he's retired 4 in a row. So all he needs is 1 more out, and his night's work will be finished. And that one hit the bat as Andre ducked it. They're waiting outside on Waveland Avenue, and they have a power hitter up there in Andre Dawson, but the wind is against these folks. The wind is blowing one way, as you saw that sign say. In. Struck him out. He went around. First strikeout for Steve. He's retired 5 in a row, and we've completed 4 innings. And there is no score.
Today's word is garbage. What's garbage? Well, garbage is anyone who's into drugs. If you're into drugs, don't get into my shoes. Mr. Robinson doesn't like garbage in his shoes. If you're into drugs, don't come into my neighborhood. Mr. Robinson doesn't like garbage in his neighborhood.
Hello. Get a load of some unsolicited praise for my new film, Quick Change.
Well, I haven't had this much fun all summer.
Definitely his funniest movie.
I haven't had this much fun all summer.
Definitely his funniest movie. Unsolicited. But what's most heartwarming is the nice things that people have been saying about me.
Bill Murray's the greatest.
Fabulous.
Great.
Perfect.
Fabulous.
Great.
Perfect. Fabulous.
Yeah, for great.
I'm just going to watch a little more.
Great.
Perfect.
Fabulous.
Quick Change, rated R, starts Friday.
Even a starting pitcher like me feels safe driving one of these. Heck, even he can run faster than this thing will go. Plus, it's not like there are a lot of other things to watch out for. Hey, watch out. But you don't drive to the ballpark in something like this, and you don't drive home in it either. So if you plan to drink, plan ahead. Line up a designated driver, someone who will get you home safely. Because driving out there is a whole lot different than driving in here.
The preceding message was furnished by Major League Baseball.
Real cops.
I love being a cop.
Telling the stories they thought they'd never live to tell.
You're only allowed one oops.
Starting Wednesday, July 18th. Top Cops.
CBS Sports coverage of the 61st All-Star Game is sponsored by Toyota's quality line of cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. Nike, who reminds you to just do it. And by IBM, whatever your size, whatever your needs, IBM is working to bring you the best solutions.
Barry Bonds has entered the ball game. Kevin Mitchell is out of there. A lot of people talking about Sandberg being the MVP through the first half. What about Barry Bonds? He has racked up some monstrous numbers.
And he'll play in that left field spot as Frank Viola takes over the pitching duties. And Alomar Sandy swings and fouls it back. Frank Viola facing some of his former opponents in the American League. And that's deflected, and he is going to beat it out. So that is the second hit for the American League.
Starting for the Cleveland Indians. That ball Had it gotten through, I doubt that Sandberg would make the play, but maybe Barry Larkin could have made the play. But when Viola put the glove on it, Sandberg had no chance.
And now the batter is Steve Sachs. Pretty good hit and run man. Let's see if Tony La Russa wants to put something on. And a double play ball. 1, 2. Pretty good combination down there. Sachs was trying to go the other way, but when you have Sandberg and Larkin handling the ball, you're going to pull it off.
Made to order right here. And an easy double play. Sachs hit it hard. I wonder if Roger Craig's going to go more than an inning with Viola. Viola pitched Sunday against Atlanta. He went 7 1/3 innings. I tell you, it's a tough thing for managers in the All-Star game. You want to get everybody in there, but you don't want to run out of players if it goes extra innings.
This is Julio Franco. He is pinch hitting for Dave Steve.
One of the more unusual batting styles in the major leagues. He almost holds his bat parallel to the ground.
Count goes to 1-1.
Franco went from Philadelphia to Cleveland to Texas with that same batting style.
Barry Larkin waits, scoops and throws. No runs, 1 hit, double play, nobody left. Bottom of the 5th inning, no score.
I say, put on some steaks and get the Queen a Bud Light.
Bud Light's clean, fresh taste won't fill you up, never lets you down.
Henry, they're Pop-Tarts.
Everything else is just a light. When choosing a new car, don't compromise. Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme SL is longer and wider, yet accelerates faster than Ford Taurus. It's more powerful, yet gets better highway gas mileage than Honda Accord. And it has a better owner satisfaction plan than both. Which obviously makes Cutlass Supreme the smarter choice. All the way around.
This is the new generation of Olds. Get ready for CBS.
There never was a year that could make you feel the way that this will.
It's alright.
If there ever was a year that could make your dreams real, this will.
It's out of sight.
So be my come. Look out, people, 'cause here we come. CBS has got so much that's new, so get ready, get ready. We really think you're gonna love it too, so get ready
for CBS. Get ready for CBS. Get ready, 'cause here we go.
We're on our way.
Get ready for CBS.
CBS has got so much for you, so get ready.
Get ready for CBS.
The pitching of Jack Armstrong set the tone for this one. First pitch to start an All-Star game in his first full Major League season. And then I guess one of the highlights of a low-light game, the intentional walk to Boggs to pitch to Canseco, and the National Leaguers got him out. That was Ramon Martinez. And now the new pitcher, Brett Saberhagen. He is the 3rd of the night. Strike call to Chris Sabo. We have a new second baseman for the American League team. And that's Julio Franco of the Texas Rangers. Sabo, 1 ball, 1 strike. Grounded to short his first time. Bottom of the 5th, no score. Third baseman Boggs. Long throw. Got him. the pitching prevails.
Brett Saberhagen, the youngest pitcher in American League history to win the Cy Young Award back in 1985. A brilliant World Series against the Cardinals when the Royals came back. But boy, he has struggled this year. He also won the Cy Young Award last year. So 2 Cy Young Awards in the last 6 years for Brett Saberhagen.
Despite that 5-7 record, there are times when he is unhittable. Socia tries it. There's a strike. Well, they say good pitching will stop good hitting every time. We've seen some good hurling tonight. Socia lined to left his first time. Mike took it inside, 1-1. Sosa uses the entire field when he hits. He has an unusual number of home runs for him this year. A total of 8. Most he's ever hit is 10 in 1 year. That was last year. 1 ball, 2 strikes. American League has 2 hits. The National League only 1. And a strikeout for Saberhagen. Jim Cott has one of the infielders with him.
Well, only 4 players in the history of this game have 200 hits in each league. We're fortunate to visit with one of them, Steve Sachs, All-Star National League, All-Star American League. What's this day like for you?
Well, it's a special day. Anytime you can come out and accomplish anything in this game, as we were talking earlier, it's a plus. But just to be here is a real joy. It's fun to participate in the game.
All right, Jack.
Steve Sachs drew a walk, stole a base, hit into a double play, and this is Barry Bonds. There are 2 out. He is batting in the spot where Ozzie Smith started. And he cranks one up in the air. The wind hangs it up for Canseco, and down goes the National League. 1-2-3 on another day. That would have flown out of here, and now we have 5 scoreless innings.
For 1990, some Oldsmobiles are new from the ground up. Others are new from the top down. Some have striking new profiles, while others have bold new side views. Some new Oldsmobiles are at home in front of mansions, and others are at home in front of everything else.
This is the new generation.
Our bus business has never been better. So one day we just looked at each other and knew it was time to go public.
Your itinerary gives us an accurate picture of your capital needs. When are we going to hear it?
Takes time. Off to New York, guys.
The American home. You'll find it in all shapes and sizes. And in over half of them, you'll find Kenmore appliances. Because no other brand can out-sparkle, out-satisfy, or out-clean a Kenmore. So you don't have to go far to find the best. Come over to our house, Kenmore, in 1 out of 2 homes in America, and exclusively at Sears and Sears Brand Central.
We tested STP oil treatment under the worst possible conditions. In the taxi cabs in New York City. The result? Engine lift to wear was reduced by up to 50%. And now there's an STP for your newer car, too.
There's a new attitude at Northwest Airlines, a new dedication to service. You can see it in our on-time performance, the best of the top 7 U.S. airlines. That's our commitment, to make sure you're on time for your commitments.
A look from the Goodyear blimp at Wrigley Field, and the scoreboard tells you that the pitchers are holding forth. We look at the American League dugout. There's Kirby Puckett. We'll see him before this game is over. Roger Clemens, second from the left. George Bell closest to you. Breaking ball over but low to Ricky Henderson. We're underway in the 6th inning. Now here's the new third baseman, the very talented Tim Wallach. Shortstop is Sean Dunston. And the Houston pitcher, Dave Smith, got a strike in there. He's a curveball pitcher. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Dave doesn't throw real hard. A good fork ball. That's his out pitch.
And he throws strikes and gets ahead on the count to Ricky Henderson, who is fly to right and struck out. Number 1 in the American League batting race. Foul tip keeps him alive. It's the top of the order for the American League, facing Dave Smith. I talked to a lot of clubhouse people around the National League. They tell me that this fella, Dave Smith, is the most generous of all the players in the National League to the clubhouse people.
That's a pretty good tip.
Ricky Henderson. Skies at the left. The wind hangs it up. Nothing's going to jump out of here tonight. Dykstra wants it. How dare you, says Bonds. Are you kidding me, you little twerp? Get out of the way and let me catch that thing.
Let the tall man have it. Waving Bonds away, but Barry obviously doesn't hear Lenny, and it's Barry, the taller player.
Dykstra looked like he was going to catch it in his mouth for a while. And here is Wade Boggs. He has a single, one of the 2 American League hits, plus the intentional walk ahead of Canseco. And ball 1 from Dave Smith, and he gets one in now. 1 ball, 1 strike. By the way, each of these teams has 10 pitchers. There's Canseco. He'll be next. Viola pitched 1 inning, gave up a scratch hit, struck out none, walked none. He followed Jack Armstrong, Ramon Martinez, Dennis Martinez to the mound. And now Dave Smith follows Frank Viola. Runs the count to 3-1.
Jack, this has been a terrible offensive display so far. I mean, think about it. 2 scratch hits, 2 infield hits by the American League.
There's one through the hole by Boggs.
That might be the hardest hit base hit of the evening.
Something will happen before it's over.
The only hit by the National League, a ball hit off the end of the bat by Will Clark. This is a 38 hopper through on the right side. Boggs' second hit of the night. He's been on base 3 times.
Well, the fans will pay attention now to Canseco. That ball went between Will Clark and Ryan Sandberg and died in the grass out there. There's Kelly Gruber, and he is going to be the runner for Boggs and take over at third base. Gruber of the Blue Jays. Well, Boggs had a good night, an intentional walk, and 2 for 2. That's not unusual for him.
If you could pick an offensive MVP now, which you have to do, but you don't want to, it would have to be Wade Boggs.
Yeah, scratch hit on the infield, plus a 10 bouncer through there. Ball in the dirt to Socha as Canseco bats. Well, we've got too many good hitters, too many power hitters in these lineups for something not to occur before long. There'll be an explosion, wind or no wind. And the wind has diminished a little bit as we view it. One on, one out, and waiting to bat next is George Bell. There he is. And the count goes to ball 2 to Canseco. Gruber running the bases with 1 out.
It's a dangerous situation right here. A hitter, when he's ahead in the count, is not as apt to go at a bad ball. 2 balls, no strikes.
Dave Smith is the pitcher, and he kept it away, and it's 3-0.
I would imagine LaRussa will allow Canseco to hit away right here. I mean, here's a guy who's 0 for 2. LaRussa has Canseco as one of his players, and I think Tony wants him to pop one. He was struck out and grounded out to second.
Well, let's watch this swing if he is swinging. No, he took it. 3-1. Runner on first, 1 out. Well, he'll be swinging now if it's around the plate. There's a throw over there to try to get Gruber. Will Clark's played the entire game to this point.
Yeah, he's the only,
only
National League first baseman.
And they call a balk. A balk is called. So the umpires are serious about this game, and Gruber down to second base. I believe it was the plate umpire, Montague, who called that one, although I heard 2 or 3 voices.
Well, if it was a balk, Canseco should be coming back to first base. Gruber steals, or attempts to steal second.
And it was ball 4, and because the other runner advanced a base, the pitch counted. And so the walk counted. And there is no balk. And it's a runner at first and second. So the balk is off the records now because it was ball 4 and the other runners advanced. And here is George Bell. Jeff Brantley, a little bulldog of the San Francisco Giants staff. Well, we saw him get whacked last Saturday by a line drive.
See, I'm a little surprised right here that Ed Montague will allow Jose Canseco, and I think that's what La Russa is talking to him about right now. The count was 3-1, and a balk was called.
Well, the question would be, was the balk called before the pitch was time called? And I don't think it was. So they're explaining it to La Russa. It's Dave Phillips, the umpire. Yeah, Montague called it. Ed Montague, the plate umpire, called it. And it was ball 4. So they called a balk, but it was ball 4. The other runner advanced, and so they give the base on balls to Canseco, and La Russa lost the argument. 2 on, 1 out for George Bell, his first at bat. Ball 1, and Dave Smith is heading for trouble. At second base, Kelly Gruber. And at first, Jose Canseco. And at the plate, George Bell. 17 home runs this year. And 60 runs batted in. 6th inning, no score. Only 4 hits in this game to this point. 3 of them by the American League. Sandberg trying to keep the runner close at second, and some rain comes. That breaking ball missed. 2-0.
First time in this ball game that either side has had 2 runners on.
Had some rain here about 4:30 this evening. Well, we get a little more. Bell missed it. 2-1. George Bell would like to do something for the Toronto people, and Ken Griffey waits to bat next. Cal Ripken was 0 for 2 while he was in the game, and Bell is batting in his spot. 2 on, 1 out, 6th inning, no score. The rain is rather light. The fans haven't started to scurry yet. That's ball 3, 3-1. Three balls and a strike. There's a half a chance to start the runners, but probably not. Bell's a big free swinger. He missed it 3-2.
All infielders are anticipating balls hit to them. You see Tim Wallach on the pitch, and most good infielders allow themselves to be up on the balls of their feet when the ball is thrown in the hitting area. I think they'll send the runners right now.
We'll see. 3-2 with 1 out. Bell crouching at the plate. The runner's going. Struck him out, and no throw. A double steal. Gruber swipes third. Canseco down to second base. The strikeout of Bell is the 2nd out of the inning.
I think Mike Scioscia had second base in mind. Canseco and Gruber both running, but Wallach going over to third base. Scioscia really wanted to throw the ball to second base.
You're right.
And then he saw no one was covering, so he just held on to it. I wonder if they'll walk Griffey right here.
They will. This will be the second walk of the inning by Dave Smith. So the hit by Boggs has been lifted for the pinch runner, plus the 2 walks. We'll load them up with 2 out. And who are we going to get to the plate? The leading home run hitter in baseball this year, Cecil Fielder. So the walk to Griffey. McGuire was 0 for 2. Mark McGuire 0 for 2, having struck out twice. And Cecil will come up to try to provide some fireworks in this scoreless game. 6th inning. Bases loaded, 2 out.
Oh, what a story. One of the biggest stories in baseball this year. 38 home runs in Japan last year. He has 28 home runs to lead the major leagues this year. And I guess you could say he's a comeback player of the year. He came back from Japan, right, to play in the United States again.
I saw him in Florida this spring, and everybody was talking about how big he was, how overweight he was. But they don't talk about that anymore. All they talk about are the home runs he's been hitting. And, of course, he plays in a perfect ballpark for a perfect manager, Sparky Anderson and Tiger Stadium. Well, we're going to have a pitching change. Manager Roger Craig goes to the bullpen. Here you see the home run leaders in the American League, with Fielder on top with 28. And Jeff Brantley takes over the pitching duties.
Scratch the door of a full-size Chevy half-ton pickup? Scratch a full-sized Ford half-ton. Which gives you better rust protection? This environmental chamber packs the results of 2 years of weather into just 25 days. Both trucks have 2-side galvanized steel, but Chevy has more. So all you have to do is scratch the surface to see. Nobody's winning like
The heartbeat of America. Today's truck is Chevrolet.
I don't know about you, but I don't like the way some auto service places treat women. I'm not a car expert, but I don't want to be treated like a child. And so many times I feel like the mechanic may be trying to pull one over on me, telling me my car needs something fixed when it probably doesn't. So I go to the Sears Auto Center. They're nice. I get a fair price. I trust them. And my car is ready when promised. That's all I want. And that's what I get at Sears.
Now, the story that has Capitol Hill up in arms.
We're not going to try to control what our people read and say and think.
I'm about had it.
The freedom to say and think what we believe is ensured by this document. Join us in supporting the National Archives celebration of the 200th anniversary of the Bill of Rights.
Base hit loaded, 2 out, no score. Top of the 6th, Cecil Fielder at the plate. And Roger Craig, the manager, says to his bullpen ace, Jeff Brantley, get him out. Fielder's first at bat. Towering fly ball, and the center fielder Dykstra is there. American League leaves 3. They have stranded 6 and hit into a double play. We'll return to the 61st All-Star Game after this message. A word from your local station.
Tennis pump from Reebok. It helps you get around the battlefield with a little more confidence.
This is CBS.
Top of the boardwalk and find out how it feels. Come to Showboat Hotel and Casino.
Bull versus the Gator. Now there's a sports drink tough enough to take on Gatorade. New Mountain Dew Sport. The sensational sports drink that's got what it takes to put back the fluid sports take out. With a sparkling taste that leaves Gatorade flat.
Later, Gator.
New Mountain Dew Sport, the sports drink you'll want to drink.
Are you impressed that Ford's been the best-selling truck for 13 years? We're not.
Ford trucks, the best never ends.
We keep making our trucks better. Maybe that's why the sales gap is even wider. Because while we're busy keeping up with tomorrow, the competition is trying to keep up with us.
Ford trucks, the best never ends.
For the best deal on America's best truck, see your Quality Plus Ford dealer today.
Everybody, it's a 10 people town.
A light hitting affair, 3 hits for the American League, 1 for the National League, and here is Sean Dunston. He'll bat for the first time where Barry Larkin had been batting. We'll see some swings against Saberhagen because Dunston doesn't let much go by. Saberhagen still on the mound. His second inning of work. And outside. They have some defensive changes. A few umbrellas are still open here as a bit of rain falls. Up high ball, 2 at first base. It's Cecil Fielder who flied out with the bases loaded. New third baseman is Kelly Gruber, who ended the game as a pinch runner. And we have a new shortstop as well, Ozzie Guillen of the White Sox. Look out, folks. Ooh. That ball was a whistler off the bat of Dunston. 2 balls and a strike. Let's hope no one was hurt with that one. Here's the proud daddy, Sandy Alomar Sr. has 2 sons playing in this game.
Yeah, Jim Leland was the first base coach for the first 4 innings. Roger Craig giving Sandy a chance to coach now. What a proud papa he must be.
Dunston went out after it, but it's going to be caught by George Bell, who was taken over in left field. Here comes Lenny Dykstra. Let's look at him when he was a kid. He's going to kill us for this. He looked like a little orphan Annie there. He's going to kill us when he finds out we showed those pictures. He might sue us. And the rain increases. That's bad news. Bottom of the 6th, no score. And a strike to Dykstra. Fly to left, fly to center. He owes the right fielder one. Well, on another evening, the umpires might be inclined to cover the field and wait this thing out. A ball low to Lenny. He bats with 1 out.
I'll tell you, with that rain coming down, there's nothing routine. Lenny Dykstra making the catch in the top of the 6th. You look up there, and there are about 1,000 baseballs you're trying to catch.
That one just missed, down and in, 2 balls and a strike, and that was with the bases loaded when Dykstra made that catch. And what are you going to do with these umpires and this game and the rain? Bottom of the 6th, no score. Dykstra, a little blooper, and it carries out to Bell for the 2nd out, and Greg Gumbel is standing by.
All right, Jack, with me is Kevin Mitchell of the San Francisco Giants, and Tim McCarver said it. Pitchers have the advantage in this game. You guys have to face not only a fresh pitcher who's only out there to throw an inning or 2, but one of the 10 best in the league.
Well, he's right about that. I'll tell you, the pitchers they got over there is, you know, they're top quality pitchers in baseball, and it was just good to face pitchers like what we did face. It was good to see that.
Kevin, one of the things that it says in the media guide is your nickname is Boogie Bear. Do you know what those fans out in the left field bleachers would have done to you if they'd known that?
Oh, like they're doing now. I tell you, coming to Chicago is not one of my favorite parks. These fans here, they still get on me no matter what.
Yeah. All right, Kevin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jack?
Imagine a player of that sort moving from New York, the Mets, to San Diego, to San Francisco, and he's one of the best. Here's Sandberg with a 2-ball, no-strike count. Hits it hard. Griffey's after it. And down goes the National League. 1, 2, 3. Now we played 6 innings and still no score.
It's Magic Summer from Coca-Cola Classic. There's magic in the real thing. You never know wherever you go, you might find magic in a Coca-Cola Classic. Win a trip to see a New Kids on the Block concert in Los Angeles and other great prizes. You might find a prize certificate inside multi-packs of Coca-Cola Classic and win instantly. Can't beat the real thing. Look out tomorrow.
When the editors of Motor Week tested the Grand Prix sports sedan, they evaluated the things you'd expect: room, comfort, function. But they also judged things no less important: acceleration, braking, speed. The result: Motor Week's driver's choice as America's best sedan was the Grand Prix sports sedan from Pontiac, of course.
New MCI Vision gives my business the big business long-distance control the fortunate 500 get. Why MCI? They see us in the proper perspective.
Introducing MCI Vision, big business long distance for your business.
This airline does not exist.
The map doesn't show town here.
This mission is not happening.
Well, then I guess we're not actually here.
And we never told you this.
You get shot here? Yeah.
Mel Gibson and Robert Downey Jr. are flying Air America, the first underground airline.
If we actually existed. That's right.
This film has not yet been rated. Starts Friday, August 10th at a theater near you.
No score as we go into the 7th inning here at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Look at that, only 4 hits. On the mound, it's Jeff Brantley. And at the plate, it is Sandy Alomar, and his brother, Roberto, is playing second base. That's nice, isn't it? Sandy has a hit, an infield hit, 1 for 2. And the count goes to 1 ball, 1 strike. In right field, the straw man, Darryl Strawberry. Out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
The last brothers that played against each other in all-star competition, Lee May and his brother Carlos May, back in 1972. How about that? Sandy Alomar Jr., the first rookie catcher to start an all-star game.
Another one out of play, keeping the count 1 and 2.
I think what that shows you is how difficult it is to break into the catching position. Catchers usually, when they have some seasoning on them, are much better. When you come up, you've got more to worry about than you're hitting. You have your pitching staff to worry about, throwing, defense, balls in the dirt, and hitting also.
Yeah, we've seen that with Todd Zeile, the first-year full-time catcher for the Cardinals. His brother Roberto is not quite as big as Sandy Jr.
I'll say Sandy Jr. is 6'5". Tough to play that position and be that tall.
And ball's foul also, 1 and 2.
And the reason for that is you got to get down, you got to give a lot of low targets, you got to get down in the dirt, and I'm telling you, he has some great hands. Playing in the shadow of Benito Santiago of the Padres for so long. Got a shot at the Rookie of the Year award with Cleveland.
And he takes a ball, 2 and 2 from Jeff Brantley. Brantley made only 1 pitch to end the 6th inning. He's working the 7th, following Jack Armstrong, Ramon Martinez, Dennis Martinez, Frank Viola, and Dave Smith to the hill. 2 and 2. He missed the outside corner. Alomar is leading off.
Speaking of Benito Santiago, by the way, it was Jeff Brantley who broke his left arm. So Santiago could be playing against Alomar.
Off the fist and fouls. Keeps it 3-2.
How many times do you see that? The numbers 1 and 2 catchers in an organization. One is traded, the number 2 guy in Alomar, in the offseason, and they could very well have started against each other in this year's All-Star game.
And a foul tip, and that fell to Mike Scioscia. Boy, that's a tough job back of that dish. No dancing tonight, Mike.
Mike wearing that protective cup behind the plate, and it appears to have hit him there. Yep. When it comes down from the top, it is much more forceful because it doesn't hit the ground first, but it's much more forceful. Mike appears to be all right.
And these umpires ignore the rain, which is pounding down here in the 7th inning. They can jam about 40,000 people at the most here at Wrigley Field. This is a look from our Goodyear blimp. They have a rainy night to contend with up above. It's a good at bat by Sandy Alomar. He's fouled off quite a few difficult pitches. He's leading off in the 7th inning. That one is a tough chance for the shortstop Dunston, and he is safe, and he really jammed into the base. That's the second hit for Alomar. A good effort by Dunston. It looked like he had no chance, but with that great arm of his, he darn near got him.
Yeah, if Sean Dunston can't go in the hole and throw you out, then the play can't be made. He has the strongest arm of any shortstop in the major leagues. Tough to get leverage right there. I'm sure John McNamara, watching this game, concerned about Sandy Alomar Jr. sliding into first base. John, of course, the manager of the Cleveland Indians. Here it is one more time. How many times do you see the catcher sliding in? The top foot went over the bag. Not your Spalding guide slide right there.
We had a clock on the throw by Dunston, 77 miles an hour. A long throw from short.
Well, that's not fair because Dunston really threw the ball flat-footed. He lost his balance, but it just shows you how strong that arm is. He has a gun.
Lance Parrish hopes to get something done at the plate as he bats for the first time. The leadoff man is on for the American League here in the 7th inning. They now have 4 hits. 2 of them by Sandy Alomar and 2 by Boggs. And Dunston is checking the rain. Parrish takes a pitch low and away, and that's ball 2. Couple of warming up. The Nasty Boys are down there. Dibble on the left and Myers on the right.
Hey, Roger Craig's got a problem with his pitchers. He's already used 6 pitchers with 2 more warming up, and it's a scoreless ball game, a tie game. If this game goes into extra innings, the National League could be in trouble.
And it might just do that the way the hitting and the scoring has been. 2-0 the count. Lance Parrish is the batter. He's had 16 home runs this year and 42 runs batted in. Long time in Detroit, then over with the Phillies. He'll get his swings before this at-bat is over. Leadoff hit by Alomar, being held by Clark. Wills played the entire game. Frank Robinson coaching at first. Inside, and it's 3-0, and again they might turn the hitter loose. They play Parrish as a pull hitter. And now the wind has shifted around a little bit, kind of blowing toward the left field corner, so maybe we shall get some scoring. He was taking all the way, and it's 3-1. By the way, Norm Charlton back home, be happy to know he was represented here because Randy Myers wore Charlton's uniform shirt during pregame practice. So they stuck together, Dibble, Myers, and Charlton. 3-1. 3-2. Little wrinkle on that pitch, Tim. From Brantley. Brantley lives in Clinton, Mississippi.
Went to Mississippi State along with Will Clark, Rafael Palmeiro, Bobby Thigpen. 3 members of that team represented here tonight. Clark, Thigpen, and Brantley.
Runner at first, nobody out, 3-2 on the batter. Going. Base hit. It'll be first and third with nobody out on the hit by Parrish. Now looks like the American League is poised to take the lead in the 61st All-Star Game. Where's Pat O'Brien? He has found the ultimate fan.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. As a matter of fact, Jay Leggett here had a little party over at his house. And, Jay, looking for some offense in this game?
Yes, I am. It's kind of disappointing so far. Pitcher's duel, but I'm waiting for some hits.
The reason why it's raining in Jay's house is that we are at his house, but he has moved his living room into his front yard. I'm not kidding you, folks. This is Jay's living room in the rain. And there we are. And it's time to go back to the ballpark. Back to you fellas.
Pat O'Brien can dig him up. First and third and nobody out. And hitting for the second time in this game is Julio Franco. He has come on to be a very steady performer for the Rangers. The ground crew has spread some dry sand, and Tony La Russa trying to figure out a way to get a run across. It's Dave Duncan behind him. Doug Jones, Saberhagen, Franco. Tough to hit with that wet bat and the water dripping off the bill of the helmet.
I think you saw one of the members of the grounds crew. He's going down to the American League bullpen. It is becoming slippery. It's not too often that you find the bullpen more slippery than the field.
Yeah, and one thing we should point out here, this is one thing that the umpires will not put up with. First of all, Roger Craig comes out, and he might lift Brantley right here. But if the umpires find that there's danger of somebody being injured slipping in the mud, you know, the rain is one thing. But once it gets soggy out there, and the umpires have to think seriously about holding things up. I wonder if we can see the cut on the bridge of the nose of Ed Montague. There's Roger Craig, and he's going to leave Brantley in.
That cut on the nose occurred when Vince Coleman of the St. Louis Cardinals slid into second base, was called out by Ed Montague, who was, of course, the second base umpire. And Vince inadvertently came up, and the bill of his hard hat hit the bridge of the nose of Ed Montague.
He said that hurt.
And Coleman suffering a 7-day suspension as a result.
Now they're going to cover the field. That's what I was talking about. Once the umpire deems it dangerous that a pitcher might slip off the mound and hurt himself or something, here comes Tony La Russa to talk with the umpire to get his thoughts about this situation. First and third, nobody out, 7th inning, no score. The umpire said, we're going to need a little work. We're going to cover the field, and we're going to repair the field before we resume. And La Russa just wanted to check something with Montague, perhaps the batting order or something of the sort. The fans came prepared tonight because all day long it looked as though it was going to rain here in Chicago. There they go to work. This infield will absorb quite a bit of this rain, so it won't be in bad playing shape, but we're going to have a genuine delay here in the top of the 7th inning of the scoreless game.
Starting time was supposed to be 7:40. It was delayed 15 minutes. It eventually started at 7:55.
Well, there'll be some stories swapped. That's the American League bench. And Big Dave Parker. We'll see him before the night's over in all probability. Another look at the fans and the preparation that they made for this game. No score, top of the 7th, American League threatening, first and third, nobody out.
If you want to do more than one thing at the same time, don't expect an ordinary computer to get the jobs done. But an IBM PS2 with microchannel can crunch numbers, search files, share information, revise graphics all at once. With Microchannel, a PS2 can work harder than ordinary computers, so you can get many things done at the same time without going to pieces. To be more productive, how you going to do it? PS2 it.
Finally, there's just one place to call to get all your major name brand appliances fixed. GE, Whirlpool, Frigidaire. No matter where you bought them, just call Sears. So even if you didn't buy it at Sears, this truck will come fix it. How's that for service?
Goodrich CA tires.
They perform like great athletic shoes. BF Goodrich TA tires, the athletic shoes for your car.
BF Goodrich CA tires.
From the creators of St. Elsewhere.
What are you doing in my bedroom, man? Indians don't knock, it's rude.
He's a big city doctor in the wilds of Alaska.
And where is the rest of the town?
Exploring the wildlife.
You are clearly attracted to me.
And local customs.
Too much hunting, Drew? Just on the Lower East Side for bargains.
Northern Exposure premieres Thursday.
1978, you believed a man could fly. 1989, The Dark Knight was reborn. Now, lightning strikes again. This fall on CBS, get ready for The Flash.
Although the rain is quite heavy and steady, it has brightened a little bit, so we're hoping this rain delay won't last very long. As you can see, the field is covered. There's no score. We're in the top of the seventh, the American League, with the first big threat of the night. Men at first and third, and nobody out. And Julio Franco will be at the plate when we resume. You know, the first All-Star Game was in 1933. It was also here in Chicago, but at the other park, Comiskey Park. And fittingly, Babe Ruth hit the first home run. Charlie Gehringer was on first base at the time. He remembers the moment and the Bambino.
He had that feeling that you get on and I think we can win it. Because he always went for the downs. He always got a big hand, and he liked it. He was a big overgrown boy that had a lot of fun playing the game.
Charlie Gehringer says the Babe was a big, overgrown boy who loved the game. And by the way, Charlie Gehringer was 10 out of 20 in All-Star competition. I'm very happy that we're able to get him involved in this game. I've had the pleasure of meeting the Hall of Famer. A wonderful, quiet, easygoing, nice fella. Well, what's the commissioner doing? He's probably found the shelter of the dugout, and he's visiting with Dave Parker. And a chance to visit with Jim Cott.
All right, visiting with Wade Boggs, sixth All-Star Game, but I got to believe you come here and you're saying, man, I hope the wind is blowing out so we can put on a show.
Well, that was what my grandmother had asked for. Her birthday's today, and I wanted to wish her a happy birthday, and she said, hit me a home run, and all I could do was settle for 2 hits.
You know, you got on base a few times, but I think oftentimes it goes unnoticed about you is the way you've improved in the field. You've really worked at that, haven't you?
I really have. I came to the big leagues with the label that you can't play third, and I've really worked hard over the last 9 years to bring it up. And you've got 2 jobs. One's to hit, and one's to field, and you can win ball games by fielding too.
Well, 3 times on base tonight. The American League hasn't had a lot of offense. Wade Boggs has been most of it. Let's go over to Greg Gumbel. He's going to visit with Frank Viola in the National League locker room. Greg?
All right, Jim. Yeah, he's one of those guys responsible for a lack of offense out there tonight. We were just talking about how that's a pretty sensible decision by the umpires because it looks like it might get a little dangerous out there.
Yeah, you know, an All-Star game, I know it's for the fans, but you also have to realize that there's 9 guys in each team going out there, and when it gets wet, you could have an accident, and I don't think anybody wants to see that.
Yeah, Frank Viola, of course, one of those rampaging New York Mets. Things have been kind of fun for you guys lately. In fact, I wonder how it affects the team now that you take a little break from the action.
Well, we'll have to find out. We start off with 5 games in 4 days against Cincinnati, so it'll be a true test right from the start. But, you know, I think we're all very confident, especially after the last month and a half that we played. You know, our talent's finally going out there and showing what we can do. And, you know, it makes for a lot of fun. It was a disappointing end of last year for the Mets, and it was a terrible start this year. But we always knew that we can do it. It was just a matter of, I guess, a kick in the butt. And I think that kick in the butt was Davey getting fired and Buddy taking over. And, you know, you hate to see a manager go, but in this instance, I think it lit that fire that we needed, and since then, we've taken off.
Okay. Frank Viola taking part in his second All-Star game. Thank you, Frank.
Okay, Greg, thank you.
Jack, Tim?
Frank had an easy night's work with 1 very easy inning for Frank Viola, and there's Jose Canseco on the bench, wondering if he'll get another at-bat and a base hit. One thing this rain delay does for us is give an opportunity to look back at what's called the first half of the season, in particular, Tim, the American League West, and the most shocking, surprising, and pleasant story.
Absolutely. The surprise of the 1990 season so far, you saw Jose Canseco sitting next to Bobby Thigpen, who leads the major leagues in saves with 27. And the Chicago White Sox in second place, 18 games over 500. Last year was the Northsiders, the Chicago Cubs. This year, the last year at Comiskey Park, and I think that's what makes the story so warm, is next year they'll be in a new ballpark.
And only one team can be in first, and the people in Seattle are really enjoying their season because their club has improved. They're entertaining the fans. They're only 9 games out, and of course, to finish the American League West story, it's the disappointing showing of the Kansas City club.
Signing Mark Davis, of course. Mark Davis with a start the other day. That didn't work. And signing him to that big lucrative contract. We've already seen Brett Saberhagen tonight, 5-7 on the year. And he could, if the American League could win this ball game, then Saberhagen could be the winning pitcher. We'll see.
He's in there at the moment. We'll see what happens after the rain lets up and we resume. And we'll get some more play before this evening is over. Fans standing by patiently.
We're on the South Ridge, taking him west. What's next?
Well, we're looking for maximum suspension load. You'll get it.
Not even the deer and the antelope play here. The perfect place to put a GMC truck to an off-road abuse test.
Let's take it to this one.
After all, GMC trucks didn't become #1 in resale value by following in someone else's footsteps.
What's the status?
We really maxed it out today.
With 77 models redesigned and engineered, GM is putting quality on the road.
When I grew up, the environment was a hot sun and a beautiful, cool breeze that comes off the ocean.
Tree climbing, wading through creeks, catching frogs, stuff like that.
I mean, if we mess things up on this planet, where else are we going to go?
Got to think about our kids, you know. I'd like to have grandchildren.
It's not looking so good, and we really have to do something about it.
It's about being aware.
Right now, crucial environmental information is being gathered and analyzed with the help of IBM. It's part of a far-reaching United Nations effort to better understand the environment, so we can all do a better job of protecting it.
Crayons, schoolyard looking up the sky as blue clouds, and everything was perfect.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Everything's going my way.
CBS This Morning, weekdays.
Field, it is brighter and the rain has lessened. We're in the top of the 7th inning. There is no score. The American League has runners at first and third, nobody out. Julio Franco will help tell the story of this game. And we have a rain delay.
Past All-Star games that had rain problems. 1952 at Shive Park. Of course, that was later Connie Mack Stadium. It was called after 5 innings. And then in 1961, at the second game, you remember there were 4 years, 59 through 62, where they played 2 All-Star games a year. And then in 1969, RFK Stadium, Steve Carlton was supposed to start that game, and he started the next day. Tremendous home run by Frank Howard. Greg Gumbel is with Andre Dawson down in the National League locker room. Let's go down to Greg.
All right, Tim, thank you. And obviously the first thing that has happened is they have rained on Andre Dawson's birthday parade. But happy birthday anyway.
Thank you very much, Greg.
You are celebrating a brand new contract. And one thing that strikes me about the last couple of contracts that you have signed, or in this case will sign, is that your contract negotiations with Cub management appear on the surface, at least, to have been very amicable. It was almost you fill in the numbers the first time around, and this time everything seems to have been treated very nicely and very smoothly.
Well, I think the last 4 years I've earned the respect of management, the organization, the fans. As a love affair that brewed from the very beginning, and I think they realized that this is where I wanted to spend the remainder of my days, perhaps end my career, and I anticipated negotiations probably starting at the end of the season, but this is something I think both parties felt if we did it and got it out of the way, we can concentrate on what was at hand, and I'm happy that this is something behind me, and I look forward to the next 2 years.
I know that you expected it and Ryan Sandberg expected it, the thunderous ovations when you were introduced at the beginning. But how did you feel as you trotted out there to all that noise?
Well, I had butterflies. I didn't think after all of these years I could get butterflies again, but I was a little queasy inside. I had butterflies the first at-bat. Probably try to do a little bit too much, be a little bit too aggressive, but settle down a little bit. I'm just thrilled that I've had the opportunity to play here amongst these fans who, in my mind, there's no doubt about it, they're probably the best fans in all of baseball.
All right, Andre, thanks again. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, thank you.
Andre Dawson of the Chicago Cubs. Let's take it out now to Pat O'Brien, who has a very special guest with him. Patrick.
All right, Jack, thank you. I'm in the American League dugout with Commissioner Fay Vincent, who's enjoying a cup of coffee. We're keeping dry down here. What about this? What are you going to do?
Well, I'm told that they expect it to let up in about an hour from when we postponed, or at least put the tarp out. So we'll wait the hour and see what happens.
If it had been a score now, it's an official game now. Would you stop the game now? Is that the idea that you don't have
I think we always wait. I think we owe it to the fans. We wouldn't call it this quickly. We'll wait, see if we can finish it.
You like hanging around the dugout anyway, right?
I'm talking to a great pitcher about his no-hitter. Sure, Randy Johnson.
Back up to Jack. See you, fellas.
Well, while we're waiting to resume here at Wrigley Field, let's look in as William Shatner hosts 2 real-life stories of uncommon courage and compassion on a special episode of Rescue 911.
This program contains true stories of rescues. All of the 911 calls you will hear are real. Whenever possible, the actual people involved have helped us reconstruct the events as they happened.
Police department.
They're in good hands here.
At any time, in an instant, any one of us can be plunged into a life or death emergency, and we may be miles from any help at the time. I'm William Shatner. Tonight, true stories of people in danger and the men and women who come to their rescue.
We begin in Western Washington on August 17th, 1989.
The basic job is to do a lot of engineering work for companies who want to put in dams and groundwater checking, things like that.
It's safe.
With another co-worker, 25-year-old Arnie Moen and Tim Cummins were working together that summer. The two had been friends since childhood.
It's our first day at this actual site, and basically what we're doing was seismic refractions along the creeks. You set off an explosion, sets a series of sound waves, and it bounces back, and you can tell on your seismograph to a certain extent what's down below the ground. If it's rock or if it's like, mud or whatever. When we have our explosive, we have a cap and we hook it onto our stick of dynamite. and you hook it up to a battery on one end. You know, you hook it up another end, you send a charge through, and the cap blows into a stick of dynamite.
Clear.
We've done about 4 charges on the line. And my job is to clear the way to put in the seismic line. And Arnie's job is basically to handle the explosives. Tremendous force. I yelled out for Arnie. He didn't yell, he kind of moaned. It was pretty bad. His left hand was totally gone. His eyes were in the back of the socket. A big triangular part of his ear was gone. Ripped off my sweatshirt, wrapped it around his left arm, and basically turned into a compress. I was lucky because there was bleeding to maybe 40% of the arm. There was a lot of blood, but there was a lot of heat, so there was a lot of cauterization.
The dynamite had somehow exploded in Arnie's hand.
Now, the first thing that went through my mind was I didn't want to lose him. Well, we'd done too many kid things, and growing up together, it's like losing someone that's almost closer in your family.
The radio wouldn't reach far enough in the mountainous area, and they were 15 miles from the nearest town. So Tim left Arnie in the care of their co-worker while he ran to get help.
We went up a quarter-mile trail we basically built. It was really rough. I was almost mad in a way. I said, "You can't leave me. This isn't real. I don't want this to happen." I tried the lock. It takes a couple minutes to lock. They're kind of older locks, and they just weren't doing it. And I drove as fast as that thing could go, honking my horn all the way, just trying to get anyone that was up there. And all I was thinking about is, Arnie, I gotta go as fast as I can. Every second, you know, it could be his life.
When we continue.
I said, I want this guy on the spine board, and I want to get him out of here now, because the next set of vitals was getting lower.
I have this love-hate relationship with a plastic casserole dish. In the freezer, I love it. In the microwave, I love it more. But this is the hate part. Look at the grease. It's glued on like bad wallpaper. Will I have to trash this? Not with Dawn, I won't. Even on plastic, I know Dawn will yank off the grease and get it out of my way. You love plastic, you hate grease, you need Dawn. I have nothing else to say.
Dawn takes grease out of your way.
Even on plastic.
Now, when you turn on your dryer,
Turn on the sunshine, turn on the freshness.
introducing Sun-Rinse Downy Dryer Sheets. So airy light, so sunny fresh, it's like hanging your wash in the sunshine.
Turn on the sunshine, turn on the freshness.
Sun-Rinse Dryer Sheets, new from Downy. The fabric softener that gives you fluffy softness, too.
Turn on the sunshine freshness.
New Sun-Rinse Downy Dryer Sheets.
Come on in.
Friday, get ready for a new summer series by land, by air, by sea. The premiere of Primetime Pets. Then it's lights, camera, contractions.
I can see our baby.
I can see it too, Steph. I see a little bald head.
That's the doctor.
Our baby's a doctor.
On New Heart, all Friday.
This had better be good.
Get ready for a whole wagon load of stars in a rip-roaring, gun-slinging adventure. Bruce Boxleitner, Linda Gray, Jeffrey Jones, Charles Durning, Dean Stockwell, Melanie Chartoff, and George Kennedy. Join Kenny Rogers in The Gambler 3, Sunday.
Live Monday, the 1990 Miss Teen USA pageant.
It had been 30 minutes since the dynamite had exploded in Arnie Moen's hand, when his friend Tim Cummins found someone who could call for help.
You have a CB radio? Got an explosives accident.
Stay with me, Arnie. Started to hurt real bad.
And once he said he got through, I grabbed the first aid kit from him, and then a lady came down, Ruby Hackett. She was in her four-wheel drive. 911.
The call came into the Whatcom County 911 Center at 12:30 p.m.
Prospect Medic 1 and welcome, an aid call.
Volunteer EMTs were immediately dispatched. Professional paramedics with more training and equipment were called in for backup. By this time, Tim had also enlisted the aid of Forester Brock Sharrow and his co-workers, who had been out inspecting logging sites.
We were wondering what kind of emergency was going on. We figured it was a logging accident until he stopped where there was no obvious logging going on.
I just tried to concentrate on Arnie. I prayed a lot because it was a helpless feeling.
When I got there, I looked at this person and thought that there's no way this guy can be alive. I'm going, "Hi, I'm Brock. I'm here to help you." And the victim goes, "Well, hi, I'm Arnie," which just amazed me that this guy was conscious even, because he didn't look like anybody that should even be alive, let alone talking to me.
Ruby Hockett, a former EMT, took charge of Arnie's care.
He had lost quite a bit of his left arm, and his left ear was gone. I asked him how he was doing and whatnot. I didn't want him to go into shock.
The Welcome Station Volunteer Fire Department ambulance arrived first. From what paramedic Denise Christensen had been told, she expected to find a logging accident.
And you're thinking, okay, now what am I getting into? You know, possible amputation. That's one of the worst scenarios you can think of as far as going to. So on the way there, we prepare ourselves. You try not to think about what you're getting into. You try to think about what you're going to do when you get there. We weren't prepared for the type of injuries that Arnie had. It wasn't just an arm amputation. In fact, the arm amputation was easily controlled. What we were worried about was all of Arnie's facial injuries and his internal injuries.
It was amazing because he had 1,000 pieces of copper wire in his face, and I couldn't comprehend that.
I was amazed that Arnie had a stable blood pressure and was not in shock at this point. And I said, I want this guy on a spine board, and I want to get him out of here now, because the next set of vitals was getting lower, and Arnie was starting to shake. So you knew shock was inevitable.
Within 15 minutes, the Bellingham Fire Department was also on the scene, headed by paramedic Jerry Shear.
We had communications with the volunteers on their arrival. They stated they had to go up the creek for about a half a mile or so, and that we would probably need a helicopter.
I didn't know exactly what an explosion like that would do to a hand. I thought it had just been severed. You know, I could put it in the river or something like that. Anything I could find, part of his ear, anything, you know, there's probably a good chance, if I could keep it cold, that it could be reattached. But the explosion was so powerful that it was just, there was no recovery or anything like that.
The worry was that there was no safe place nearby for the helicopter to land in the dense forest.
We were afraid that we would have to load him on our ambulance and take him down about 5 miles down a logging road to get to the helicopter. And we did manage to coordinate with this DNR individual there that had a map and get the helicopter to come in and take a look at this bridge and see if they felt like they could land on it.
The air ambulance helicopter pilot decided to try to land on the logging bridge.
I kept saying to myself, Arnie, keep breathing, keep having a heartbeat. One of those things that you just hope that everything goes right. We were just lucky in heck that the helicopter could land within 300 yards without having to go a mile, 2 miles.
22 years were going through my mind. Every single thing. Silly things like sitting around playing Risk board games and, you know, goofing around. That's when reality hit me. It's like a stone wall right then. It's going, man, you know, things aren't going to be the same. I just almost wanted to be God and put them back together.
2 months later, Arnie has recovered, but he lost an eye as well as his hand.
I remember it really bothered me because it felt like the stick of dynamite was still in my hand. I could still feel that stick in my hand. And since my hand wasn't there, I couldn't open it up and drop it. That really disturbed me. My brain has a spot for my hand, so it doesn't let it go yet.
Arnie's mother is more accepting.
You've got to look at the positive things. You know, life goes on, and being mad is not going to give him a hand back. But going and having a prosthesis made will give him some function. And we just do the best we can and go on.
I can imagine his psychological pain to some extent because I've healed with him. So every time I got down, I just thought how good he was doing. And I thought, can't be a wimp. I've never been envious of people that had more money than me, or could run faster than me, or were stronger than me, or were smarter than me. So I'm not going to be envious of people that have like more hands than me or more eyes than me, including, you know, how I used to be. I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm just gonna, you know, do the best I can with what I've got, and that's all you can ask anyone. It's my new attitude. I think it's a good one.
Next.
Doing 80, 90 miles an hour up the road. I also knew they were armed, and I was hoping that they wouldn't start shooting.
So, what are you doing after this?
Let me think. Today's Tuesday. Tuesdays I play peekaboo.
Hey, what's that guy eating?
New BK broiler, flame broiled chicken. I hear it's fabulous.
Flame broiled, I like that.
Then there's the original Burger King chicken sandwich. Whole different taste.
So, what'd your dad get?
That's my mom.
Sorry, I still get those mixed up.
Chicken tenders.
So much chicken, so few teeth.
Hey, this is Burger King, so why do they have all this chicken?
Like they say, sometimes you gotta break the rules.
So that's what they mean by that.
When something's bugging your town, who do you call?
Delbert McClintock, Infestation Management.
Delbert the Bug Buster.
Rock and roll!
He's searching for spiders.
Hello.
Looking for action.
Better uncork my private stock.
Busting bugs and anything else that gets in his way.
No room for amateurs in this game.
Hollywood Pictures and Adlin Entertainment present Jeff Daniels, John Goodman.
I'm bad.
Arachnophobia, a thrillamedy, rated PG-13. National sneak preview this Saturday night.
Gary, it's time I taught you something every man should know. How to eat an Oreo cookie. Here's yours. Twist it off. Oh, you did it. Just give it a lick. It's hard to hide, but you didn't. Now let's dunk it, just like a professional basketball player. Now you just learn to tie your shoelaces and you'll be all set.
A tragic accident leaves one man dead.
I hit the guy.
But with a bizarre twist.
Another car was involved?
And Jake fights to save his friend on Jake and the Fat Man. Then, a crowded passenger train leaves its tracks.
I've never seen a train derailment of that magnitude before.
A special episode of Rescue 911, Wednesday.
Every weekend, the DeGrazia Winery in Brookfield, Connecticut is open for tasting and tours. Hundreds of people visit the small family-run business each day. In late September of 1988, the DeGrazia family found out that not all their visitors were as friendly or as innocent as they seemed.
Through the investigation, I was able to determine that the suspects had left Texas and traveled eastward. They were described as being on a cross-country crime spree. One of the individuals was on parole for murder from the state of Texas.
On Sunday afternoon, the two felons drove up to the small winery. Barbara DeGrazia was in the crowded tasting room.
There were two gentlemen who wanted to see the owners. I felt and thought to myself they were definitely out-of-towners. I said I would bring them to my husband and he could discuss whatever business he needed to with him.
Hi there. Hello. Hi, are you Paul?
I was very excited talking to these two gentlemen. One was very articulate and wanted to discuss the possibility of purchasing our wine to be sold and shipped to California. His friend never really entered into the conversation, but kept on looking around the winery. Hey, come with me. We're going to back room.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, why don't you step in now?
You bet.
You been up here before?
No, it's the first time.
The next day, I drove down the driveway. A truck pulled in and stopped parallel to me.
In the truck, Barbara recognized the two men from the previous day.
So I just told him, my son is at home and he'd be very happy to help you.
Barbara's 24-year-old son, Mark Langford, was the only one home at the winery that morning.
They discussed purchasing several cases of wine. During the course of his conversation, one of the individuals pulled a gun on him and told him that this was a robbery.
Hands up! Come on, now come around, huh? Come right around. Come on, be careful, take it easy, you won't get hurt, okay? Come on. Put your hands down, slow, and you cross them. Slow. All right. Okay, get the door, I got him.
At that point in time, they pulled the gun on Mark and they took him back into the house.
All right. You're alone, right? Yeah. Tape the door, let's go.
His hands were bound with duct tape, and they immediately started to ransack the house. They made a point of telling him that they wanted jewelry. When he told them that there wasn't any jewelry, they insisted that there had to be more jewelry, and that they would wait for Mark's mother to come home.
Just relax. Get in the chair.
The men ripped out all the telephones, then used the cords to tie Mark securely to a chair. He had no idea what they were planning to do next. On the winery's security system of closed-circuit cameras, Mark could see the armed robber's truck parked out front.
He announced that he was going to go outside and wait for my mother. He said, don't move, don't do anything stupid, and you won't get hurt. I thought about my mother getting kidnapped or worse, or what they would do to her once they got back. And I knew she would be back any minute.
With the rocking chair still tied to his back, Mark managed to get over to the monitor and turn it back on.
I saw that their truck was not in the driveway. I just thought the worst. I remembered the upstairs phone. And I thought to myself, this is my only chance to do something.
He made his way upstairs and dialed 911. Dispatcher Mike Baldasti took the call.
It was about 12:15. Got a call on 911. Person screaming into the phone, I've just been robbed. He went on to state there were two white males, and they drove away in a red pickup truck. Told him, hold on. Went over the radio. Headquarters, all units. And a signal 13, which is an armed robbery. Two suspects heading towards Route 133 in a red pickup truck, possible Texas plates.
Brookfield police officer Bruce Scott was the first to respond.
On my way to the scene, I noticed that vehicle description with the same two occupants headed past me. I turned the vehicle around, proceeded after them, and they started to speed up. I put the overhead lights on, the siren, and they just paid no attention to it. They kept going. We're hitting pretty high speeds. We're doing 80, 90 miles an hour up the road. Thank God people were pulling out of the way because I didn't want to see anybody get hurt. I also knew they were armed, and I was hoping that they wouldn't start shooting.
316 HQ. When Officer Scott came back on the radio and advised me he was not able to stop the vehicle that they were running from, I again went over the radio and advised the other units this could be the suspects, at which time Sergeant Senior and Officer Wallmiller headed towards Officer Scott's location.
303 will be en route.
We still have the vehicle on site. We're attempting to stop the vehicle. Mark was on the line with me, and when I advised him that we had the vehicle on site and we were pursuing it, he seemed pretty happy. He was kind of rooting for us.
I was within 10 to 15 feet of them, traveling maybe 70 to 80 miles an hour. It was hard to stay behind them, but I managed. This went on for quite a while until we came to a construction site.
316 HQ. They just hit a vehicle going through a construction site on 202 North.
Okay, Bruce, I'll be catching up here in a couple of minutes.
I came in right behind Officer Scott, traveling at 70 miles an hour. When you're driving at a high rate of speed, you do get a little bit of a tunnel vision. You're not too aware of the things happening off the roadway.
HQ, they're probably going to go northbound back into New Milford. See if you can telephone New Milford and have them set up a roadblock.
Roger, 316. I notified New Milford Police Department just north of us and that we were in pursuit of this vehicle, this red pickup.
New Milford officer John D. Giovanni joined the chase.
I got a call on my radio that the town of Brookfield Police Department was chasing a red truck into our town.
To coordinate the chase across two townships, all information had to be relayed through dispatcher Baldasti.
316 HQ. I was constantly advising the dispatcher as to my location at all times so that they could let New Milford know where I was and also let my fellow officers from Brookfield know where I was.
But because they couldn't talk to each other directly, valuable time was lost.
They were just non-stop all the way up the road. They almost run a New Milford detective over who was trying to block the road off. He had to get out of the way because he realized they weren't going to stop.
It happened so fast. I advised them, look, New Milford plans on setting up a roadblock. And the next thing I know, I get over the radio, they just ran that roadblock.
Ran a New Milford roadblock.
The chase became extremely dangerous to anybody in the area as well as the officers and the occupants of the truck. Our Captain McCormick set up another roadblock, and he positioned his police cruiser across the road in such a manner that there was no way they were going to get around it.
Put your hand out the window! Put your hand out the window!
First thing in my mind when they stopped the vehicle was to make sure that they were surrendering and weren't going to start anything else at this point. We didn't want the situation to escalate.
We approached the passenger side of the truck and ordered the passenger out of the truck. He really didn't want to get out of the truck, not much to our amazement.
Where's the gun? I want to see your hand, man. Don't move your hands. Bring the other hand around. Where's the gun? No gun. Where's the gun?
The call actually was instrumental in apprehending the suspects. The dispatcher did a fantastic job. He got the information and gave it out over the air immediately, and that's what led to the capture of the suspects.
Yeah, John. Oh, that's great. I think Mark should be credited. He acted very bravely in what he did. If he had waited out of fear or anything like that, they would have been long gone.
The two suspects both had prior arrest records. They were convicted of first-degree robbery and sentenced to 7.5 years in prison.
And looking back, I'm thankful that I had a chance to help the police take two career criminals off the street. I was scared for my life. I was scared for my mother's life. But I knew I had to do something to put all the fear aside.
How you guys doing up there, huh?
A year has passed. The DeGrazia family has gone on with their lives and running the family winery. But Barbara DeGrazia can't forget what her son Mark did for her.
Mark worked very, very frantically to call 911. And I know in my heart he didn't want his mother to be hurt. When I think about the bravery Mark showed during this incident, I feel very, very proud of him. And it warms my heart. I love him for that.
In baseball, if you traded today, you're playing somewhere else tomorrow. I know. I played for the Twins, the Rangers, the Angels, and then some. And when you've got to move fast, you can't worry about selling your house. I let the Century 21 people worry about that. I trust them. And nobody works harder to get the job done. Hey, I love Century 21.
Hey, Bert.
Uh-oh.
You got a second?
I just wish I wasn't such a good customer.
Century 21.
That's me, Tommy Lasorda, before I lost 30 pounds in 3 months with the Ultra Slim Fast plan. Now, that was last June. And the big news is I haven't gained an ounce back. The plan is easy. I had a delicious shake for breakfast, one for lunch, and then a sensible dinner. I feel great, and I'm never going to look like this again. Hey, if I can do it, you can do it.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
This series is dedicated to those real heroes who answer our calls for help and risk everything to save the life of a stranger. I'm William Shatner. Join us again next week for more true stories on Rescue 911.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field in Chicago, everyone, and there is the view from on high. This has been a scoreless 61st All-Star Game, and the rain has been falling for approximately 30 minutes now, and as you heard the commissioner state earlier, that we will wait approximately 1 hour before a decision is made on what is happening here at Wrigley Field. Welcome back to Chicago, everyone. I'm Greg Gumbel, and we appreciate you hanging with us to find out just how far this baseball all-star game will go. This is a message for our local stations up and down the CBS network. We will, at the end of this segment, take a local station break, a 64-second station break, after which you will have the option to go to your local newscast for 15 minutes. If you choose not to do this, and we invite you to come back and spend the time here at Wrigley Field with us, we will fill you in on all the things that are happening, and there is still an awful lot of atmosphere here at Wrigley Field. Right now, I'm going to send you across the way where Jim Cott is with the commissioner of baseball. Jim?
All right, Greg. Well, the fans breaking out in some applause, and it looks like we might get some baseball here before we thought we would. Commissioner, maybe we could have an update.
Well, we're going to take the tarp off, and as soon as we're ready, we're going to play.
When you say as soon as we're ready, how long can fans and viewers expect to wait before we could get back on the field?
Well, they tell me it takes about 20 minutes.
0-0 right now, and top of the 7th inning. There's a possibility it could end a tie game. What would the outcome be then? What would we do?
Well, it won't end a tie game unless it rains hard.
Well, if it rains hard enough that we'd have to come back tomorrow, what are those kind of options?
I don't think we come back tomorrow.
So you think we're going to have some baseball here in the next 30, 45 minutes?
I'm an optimist. I think we'll play and we'll have a winner.
All right, that sounds like good news for all here. Let's go back to Greg Gumbel.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. And once again, just a notice to our local stations that coming up very shortly, right after this segment, there will be a 64-second local station break available to you, and then a 15-minute window for local news. Meanwhile, here on the third base side, some of the players have opted to remain. Kevin Mitchell of the Giants here, Sean Dunston of the Cubs, Roberto Alomar of the San Diego Padres. And then you have this man who looks like he's out on maneuvers. I don't know where the hat came from. It's a Nasty Boys t-shirt. It's Randy Myers of the Cincinnati Reds. You must be having a ball.
Well, you know, Mr. Gumbel, a little bit of rain never hurt nobody. And being from Vancouver, Washington, you know, a little bit of rain, you just learn to pitch and play in it.
I know that under these conditions, you were antsy to get out there and pitch.
It's kind of ideal for me because the hitters, hopefully, they hit the ball. It doesn't go too hard and a foul ball, but it's ideal for me. Make sure the hitters don't want to be out there, and, you know, I get lucky sometimes. Throw strikes.
I also know for a fact that you really wanted to pitch against Jose Canseco.
Well, you know, I just want to pitch against everyone over there, you know, get myself an inning in and try to get 3 punch-outs, you know, but being a control and finesse pitcher that I am, you know, I just go for the ground balls.
Randy Myers, one of those guys that gives left-handers, all left-handers, a bad name. Thank you, Randy. Once again, we are scoreless at the end of 6 innings here at Wrigley Field, and a decision has been made to carry forth. Hang around, if you can. We'll take a timeout here and have a word from your local station, and then we'll be back to Wrigley Field.
This is CBS.
It's got no dyes, no inks, and no perfume.
Charmin Free, it's got plenty of nothing.
Zero. Now ain't that something?
Zero dyes, zero inks, zero perfumes. What do you think? We think nothing's great.
And it's squeezably soft, just like regular Charmin.
Charmin Free, it's got plenty of nothing.
No dyes, inks, or perfumes.
Now ain't that something? That's Charmin Free.
It's a look in our town, a do or die town, a heart and soul, way to go. Tell them what you know, town. Everybody is a 10 people, 10 people. It's a 10 people town.
Put 10 people to work for you. Now more than ever, it's a
10 people town. 10 people town.
Chocolate. Nature promises the taste of rich, tempting chocolate. Breyers keeps nature's promise with real chocolate. Breyers starts with nothing artificial. Just fresh milk, real cream, and luscious chocolate. So nothing gets in the way of that rich chocolate taste. Breyers ice cream, or Breyers Light with 1/3 less butter fat than ice cream. We keep nature's promise.
Are you impressed that Ford's been the best-selling truck for 13 years? We're not.
Ford trucks, the best never rest.
We keep making our trucks better. Maybe that's why the sales gap is even wider. Because while we're busy keeping up with tomorrow, the competition is trying to keep up with us.
Ford trucks, the best never rest.
Channel 10, Philadelphia. Larry Kane, Diane Allen, Herb Clark, and Al Meltzer. Now, Channel 10 News.
Good evening. Philadelphia police say that charges are pending against an East Falls man tonight after a 13-year-old boy was struck and killed as he got off a school bus late this afternoon. Police say 13-year-old Jesse Powell was struck and killed outside his home in the 6600 block of Wissahickon shortly after 4:30 today. Police say 24-year-old James Hahn was driving the van that killed Powell.
It appears at this time that he disregarded the flashing lights of the bus that had stopped.
Lieutenant Monroe says that speed was not a factor in the accident, but people in the neighborhood say that drivers do go too fast on this stretch of Wissahickon, and now PennDOT wants to widen the road. One resident believes that the lack of traffic signals and lines on the road contributed to this sad case, to Jesse's death.
The van that hit him had crossed over the center line where there should have been a double yellow line, which would indicate no passing. It just wasn't there.
Young Jesse was returning from his job as a counselor in training at the Mequon Daycare Center at the time of the accident. Police say the DA's office will now decide whether to charge Hahn with Powell's death.
A Philadelphia Common Pleas Court judge is listed in stable condition at Thomas Jefferson Medical Center at this hour after being attacked in South Philadelphia. Now, police are saying Judge Angelo Guarino was walking down a Broadmoor Street when he saw a woman relieving herself in the street. The judge tells police that he told the woman to stop and she attacked him. Judge Guarino suffered a broken leg. The woman got away and police are still investigating. Philadelphia police have now made an arrest tonight in the robbery of that hot air balloonist in North Philadelphia last weekend. Police are saying 30-year-old James Patterson is charged with robbing the pilot of the Rayovac balloon as she made an emergency landing during the Great American Balloon Race on Saturday. A radio, binoculars, and other equipment was stolen from that balloon gondola as it came down in a vacant lot at 7th and Oxford Streets. Patterson is now charged with theft.
Channel 10 News has learned that 2 homeless men have died in the city in the past week, and this plus the latest budget cuts in the city's homeless program have infuriated some homeless advocates in the city. To show their frustration and anger, the steering committee of the mayor's task force on homelessness is expected to resign as a group tomorrow. As it stands right now, the city is scheduled to close down its homeless intake centers this Saturday. That means that any homeless person seeking shelter from the city will be turned away. The mayor is expected to hold a news conference tomorrow about the homeless situation. Inspectors by the Food and Drug Administration, by the American Red Cross headquarters in Washington have turned up some frightening information. The Red Cross failed to tell federal officials about 228 cases in which patients may have gotten AIDS through contaminated blood transfusions. The FDA report also said that there is no requirement for the Red Cross to report or track these cases. Now, here in the Delaware Valley, almost all the blood comes from the Red Cross. Since 1985, all donated blood has been tested for AIDS. Today, local Red Cross managers say that they have an excellent reputation for safety.
We have a certain degree of autonomy, that if there's a problem here, we have the ability to be able to correct it and to take care of it here at a local level.
The FDA says it reviewed about 50 of the possible AIDS cases, and nearly all of the blood transfusions happened before AIDS testing began 5 years ago. And this related story, AIDS is now the leading killer of young black women in New Jersey and will probably be the 5th leading cause of death among all American women of childbearing age by next year. This dire word from the Centers for Disease Control saying that most of the women got AIDS from IV drug use or sex with other drug users.
We told you last night about the cartoon character Bart Simpson. Now officials in western Massachusetts are trying to stop the circulation of LSD-soaked blotters printed with Bart's face on them. Over 100 hits of the Bart stamped acid have now been confiscated by police in Pittsfield during the past week. They've issued a warning to parents in the area to keep an eye out for the tiny but dangerous blotters. So far, police have made 1 arrest in this case. We have some important money news for older Americans and anyone who receives Social Security benefits. CBS News has learned that budget negotiators in Washington are now considering raising taxes on Social Security benefits. Under current law, individuals who make over $25,000 a year or couples with joint income above $32,000 are taxed on 50% of their benefits. Negotiators are said to be considering a tax of up to 85% of Social Security benefits. Income thresholds would be changed, and those earning as little as $12,000 a year would pay taxes on some of their benefits. Negotiators for President Bush and Congress must still agree before presenting the plan to the entire Congress.
A plan in Lancaster County to build a housing development on a plot of farmland is pitting the old ways of the Pennsylvania Dutch against the new ways of progress. A decision on the new construction has been put off for 1 month, but Channel 10's Meg Grant reports that the Amish are going public in their fight to stop the development.
We just feel crowded out, you know, with our way of life.
Amos Fisher is one of the plain folk, and so he doesn't want his face on television. That's his faith, and it was his faith and his sense of family that propelled Amos and the other Amish from their plain ways out into the public eye tonight. At issue are 80 acres of prime Pennsylvania Dutch farmland. The man who owns the land wants to develop it into 107 single-family homes.
You really only have to take one look at this land to understand why so many folks here are fighting so hard to keep it from turning into suburban sprawl. But times are changing, even here in Amish country. Change, of course, isn't new here, and generally the old lives side by side the new in relative harmony. But a big housing project on Amish farmland steers this gentle community into a collision course with the outside world.
More people, more crowds, more traffic, potential crime.
But the land was rezoned for residential use 18 years ago, so town leaders say that this developer and his sons probably have the right to build their subdivision. What's more, some say intercourse needs to grow.
If you have a family and they want to locate in intercourse, there's no housing available.
And while the decision tonight to table the issue surprised everyone, no one really is surprised that the changes are coming. When you look ahead for your grandsons, perhaps, what sort of life do you think they will live as Amish?
That's a lot of the problem. We're being too much integrated with the world.
In Lancaster County, Meg Grant, 10 News Update.
Well, there's good news out of Chicago where the All-Star Game was being played. Maybe the rain has stopped.
Yeah, so we're going to go back to Wrigley Field in Chicago right now. We understand they're about to take the tarp off the field. Well, let's hope that this game can get back underway. Thanks for being with us this evening.
Good night.
Good time here in Chicago. Pat O'Brien has a special guest, National League President Bill White. Let's go over to Pat O'Brien.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. And you played in, we were trying to count, was it 6 or 7 All-Star?
Pat, I really don't know. I couldn't have been too many, though, with guys like McCovey and Cepeda around, but we did play some of them.
Did you ever have a rain delay?
We had a rain delay in Boston in 1961, I believe. The game ended...
Scoreless game?
Scoreless? No. The game ended up 1-1. Colavito had a home run for the American League, and that, I think, is the only game in All-Star history that ended in a tie.
This is your second year as president of the National League. You're hosting this, and they rained on your parade.
It did that. Of course, every time I come to Chicago, it rains. We were here for their opening day this year, and that game was rained out, so we bring rain to Chicago. But I think this one will be finished.
You got any stories about Tim McCarver you can tell that we can put on the air?
I think Bob Gibson told one the other day about Timmy, but no, Tim was excellent catcher on that Cardinal team in 1964. Got a big base hit at Yankee Stadium, hit a home run that I think that was game 4 or 5. We won that thing, but Timmy... excellent catcher. We called him Gig-Up. Gig-Up. The ball hits in and bounces out of the glove all the time. Is he up there listening?
Yeah, we're going to go back to Gig-Up.
That's a bad shot.
Boy, I'll tell you, he didn't think I was listening, like it never would have gotten back to me. What Gig-Up was, that's what the frog makes, and when the ball drops out of the glove. As a matter of fact, Bill Dickey had given me my first mitt in 1959, and I used that the full season in 1963, and I think I had about 12 or 13 pass balls, and I got rid of it after the year.
Speaking of Bill White and All-Star games, there was one year when the entire infield of the St. Louis Cardinals started in the All-Star game. It was Ken Boyer, Dick Grote, Julian Javier, and Bill White, and it wasn't a matter of ballot stuffing, because they were very worthy players as starters in 1963 in the All-Star game. It's only going to take a few more minutes to get ready for the resumption of play here in the All-Star game. And let's go back downstairs and visit with Greg Olson.
Yes, the Greg Olson, not with the Baltimore Birds, but the Atlanta Braves. And it doesn't matter how much it has rained here or how bad the weather was. You said you're just having a great time.
I really am. We went down in the clubhouse, and not too often you get a chance to sit around Will Clark and Frankie Viola, Darryl Strawberry, Tony Gwynn. Listen to what they have to say, and it was a lot of fun for me.
Yours is perhaps the most intriguing of all of the All-Star stories here. Age 29, 10 years in the minors, is that right?
Well, actually, just 7.5, but I'm a rookie and 29 years old. I got a lot of breaks this year, and it's just a great time to be here, and I never would have thought it. It's been a fairy tale season, and I'm just having a lot of fun.
Greg Olson, welcome to the All-Star game.
Thank you so much.
We are ready to play baseball. We'll take a timeout and come back to Chicago after this.
Please don't leave.
Final boarding call for flight 178.
Seattle just left. There's another flight at 4. 3 hours? Now what do I do? Gordon, I better call him. I'm going to do some revisions here. I've got a couple of hours. And if I could just hook up my computer to a phone line.
When you're on the road, nobody has more ways to help you than AT&T.
Time for one more call home.
AT&T, how can we help you?
One new Duracell battery. One old Duracell battery after 9 loud weeks in a boombox. Close your eyes. No peeking. Okay, open them. Now, which is which? This is why we saved the new Duracell package. It holds the copper top tester, which tells you if a battery is good or needs to be replaced. The new one, the old one. It's that simple. The new copper top tester. It's free and only from Duracell.
There's a line that every player must cross. And whether that line is drawn in chalk or paint, on a patch of dirt, or under a man-made sky, when you cross the line, you give it everything you've got. And when you return, Gatorade puts it back. Fluids, minerals, energy.
Gatorade, for that deep down body thirst.
Michelin High Performance Radials. Everything you would expect from a Michelin, only faster.
If you don't like the looks of your car, shoot it with Son of a Gun from STP.
Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a gun protected. Man, what a difference.
We're about to remove the rain delay from beneath that scoreboard. We are scoreless in the top of the 7th inning, and Nails is getting ready. In fact, most of the other ball players are out on the field loosening up as the grounds crew spreads a little sand and dries out the diamond and gets it ready for play. And ready is the key word there, because in the entertainment field, all of us at CBS are truly anticipatory of the fall season, and in fact, we are getting ready for the fall.
Get ready for CBS. There never was a year that could make you feel the way that this will. It's alright. If there ever was a year that could make your dreams real, this will. It's out of sight. So be quiet, oh come. Look out, people, 'cause here we come. CBS has got so much that's new, so get ready. Get ready. We really think you're gonna love it too, so get ready. Get ready for CBS. Get ready for CBS. Get ready, 'cause here we come. We're on our way. Get ready for CBS. CBS has got so much for you, so get ready. Get ready for CBS.
We're very pleased to welcome you back to Wrigley Field in Chicago for the continuation of the 61st Major League All-Star Baseball game. Hello once again, everyone. I'm Greg Gumbel. I said that about 4 hours ago, and we are ready to continue with the top of the 7th inning here at Wrigley Field. For more, let's take you back upstairs to my colleagues Jack Buck and Tim McCarver.
And the first thing we have to tell you is that Jeff Brantley has left. He was going out there, and both Tim and I were surprised that he was going to resume with runners at first and third and nobody out. He started to warm up, and then Roger Craig came out when Brantley beckoned him. He talked to the umpire. Now there's going to be a different pitcher, but more than that, a little concern about what appeared to be a hip injury. Huh?
It appeared to be the left hip, as Rob Dibble now, the last right-hander for Roger Craig, and the 7th pitcher. And here we're only in the 7th inning of still a scoreless ball game. Dibble with 75 strikeouts on the season. And what a ratio of strikeouts.
I'm chuckling because this Dibble will drive a cameraman crazy. He jumps right out of your picture when he throws the ball. Well, there have been some good moments in this game. Jose Canseco hasn't had a hit. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a stolen base, but that hasn't stopped him from getting his swings. Little wonder he hits the ball so far when he connects. We had a good play against Kevin Mitchell.
That was the play that Wade Boggs, who is noted for his hitting. He is not noted, however, for his glove, but in the 4th inning makes a fine play, staying down on the ball and getting Mitchell a throw inside the first base line, but the tag made by Mark McGuire.
And we had some fun earlier in the game when Lenny Dykstra thought he was going to catch a fly ball. He was chasing Barry Bonds away, and hello. The big guy always beats the little guy. Well, not always. And Lenny had to make a tough play. Bases loaded, 2 out.
Bases loaded and 2 outs in the 6th inning when all the rain started coming down, and it's very, very difficult. That is not a routine play, and you can see with Lenny, rain falling in his eyes. But he made the catch for the 3rd out.
There's Don Zimmerman. He's in a familiar spot, peering out of that dugout. Popeye, they call him. He has a new contract with the Cubs, and there's Rob Dibble. And one of the reasons Craig is happy to have him in there, Dibble and the National League need some strikeouts in this situation when we resume. Top of the 7th, no score. American League with the biggest threat, 1st and 3rd, and nobody out. They tell me. And there is Roger Craig in the dugout. He's gone through some pitchers. Jack Armstrong, Ramon Martinez, Dennis Martinez, Frank Viola, Dave Smith, Jeff Brantley, and now Rob Dibble. But he knows what he's doing. He'll have things covered for the end of the game, and we hope that Brantley has not suffered a serious injury, and now the other players take the field, and very shortly we'll have a pitch thrown in anger here at Wrigley Field. I think there's a kind of a whammy on this field because of these new lights, relatively new. Their first scheduled night game under the lights, postponed because of rain. This year, their opening game under the lights, postponed because of rain. Now we get the All-Star game, and look what we've had to put up with.
The 6th All-Star game being played in Chicago, and the 3rd here at Wrigley Field.
Well, we put the computer to work to get this lineup back together. Ozzie Guillen, Kelly Gruber, Canseco's played the entire game. George Bell has been in there. Ken Griffey's played the entire game. Cecil Fielder in the lineup, and then Sandy Alomari's caught the entire game. Parrish, who has a hit in this game, is a pinch hitter, and then Julio Franco will be batting now as we go back to work.
Well, defensively now, Barry Bonds is in left field. He entered the game in the 5th inning. Len Dykstra has played the whole game. Darryl Strawberry entered the game, spelling Andre Dawson. Tim Wallach came in for Chris Sabo. Sean Dunston is the 3rd National League shortstop. Ozzie Smith started. And then Barry Larkin played. Roberto Alomar in there for Ryan Sandberg. Will Clark, the only first baseman on the National League roster, has to play the whole game unless a guy like Bobby Bonilla goes to first base. Mike Sosa still catching, and Rob Dibble. This should be a great battle right here as Roger Craig is going to play the infield in.
The runner at third base is Sandy Alomar. He started the inning with a base knock, and across the diamond it is Lance Parrish. He got the pinch single to set it up, 1st and 3rd, nobody out, and Roger Craig figures that 1 run might win this one, so he's playing the infield not all the way in at 2nd and short, but pretty well into the point where they'd have a play on Alomar. Here we go with Dibble. You'll see some fire here. No score, 7th inning. And a strike, a blistering fastball from Dibble.
I don't think with Franco's bat at the angle that it is that there is any way for him to pull a ball off Rob Dibble. And for that reason, Len Dykstra in center field, moving over into right center.
Franco is 0 for 1 in the game, batting .292 on the season. And a foul ball out of play. That's what you're talking about, Tim. He didn't get around on the smoke, and that's strike 2. We had a 1 hour and 8-minute rain delay here at Wrigley Field. And we hope we kept you folks entertained well enough. And now Socha goes out. He wants this strikeout badly, so they'll be able to play the infield all the way back and hope for the double play ball. Frank. I don't know what the score will be, but at the end of this top half of the 7th inning, Harry Carey is going to lead the crowd in the singing of Take Me Out of the Ballgame. That's always fun here at Wrigley Field. Meanwhile, a base hit puts the American League on top. It goes deep, and the 2nd run might also score. Harris not a good runner, but he is going to be able to dent the plate, and it's 2-0 in favor of the American League as Franco came through on an 0-2 count.
When you add up all the elements, there is no way for Julio Franco to pull a ball off a guy like Dibble, who throws so hard. But Dibble makes the mistake of finding too much of the plate, and Franco rifles one into right center. Strawberry misses the first cutoff man. He does find Sean Dunston, but Parrish ends up walking home. See how far Franco has to go with that bat to come back, that loop in his swing. A mistake by Dibble.
Now Ozzie Guillen up the middle advances the runner as the play is to first by Roberto Alomar. Now the American League could get that 3rd run home, and they do, even though they've just gathered, have a squeeze play signed. Tony La Russa told me before this game started. But a good at bat by Ozzie Guillen after Ricky Henderson batting in that position was 0 for 3.
Now, Tony may use a squeeze sign, but if I'm Kelly Gruber with 20 home runs on the year, I don't want any squeeze sign in my first at bat of the All-Star game.
Ooh, in on Kelly Gruber in his first at bat. 296 average, 20 home runs, 66 runs batted in.
Kelly's probably thinking, I didn't come from Toronto to bunt.
No. The runner at third base is Franco. And besides, it's tough to bunt Dibble. There is one out, and a chopper foul off the plate evens the count, 1-1. American League on top now, 2-0 here in the top of the 7th inning. And La Russa still has a flock of pitchers available to him. Dibble let Franco get off the hook. 1-1 to Gruber. And low and away. Nice piece of hitting by Franco after that long delay of more than an hour and 8 minutes. And even though he had 2 strikes, he got the job done. Now he's at third with 1 out. Two and two. They had a clock on him, Tim, on Dibble on some of his pitches in this inning.
The second pitch to Julio Franco, Dibble threw 99 miles an hour. 230 pounds, 6'3".
He's a part of this story now. He gave up the hit. The runs charged to Brantley. The count 3-2 on Gruber.
Dibble mostly a setup man for Randy Myers. How many times does a reliever as a setup man get into an All-Star game?
Now Gruber, it's a foul. And by the way, 2 genuine relief pitchers from the same club, and that's a rarity.
Certainly is. Randy Myers and Rob Dibble and Jack Armstrong, who started this game. 14 strikeouts per 9 innings. 75 strikeouts in 48 1/3 innings.
3-2 to Gruber. And he walked him. So the American League could keep this inning going. Now you've got something coming up. There's Tony La Russa. His club is broken on top here in the 7th, 2-0. And guess who Dibble's pitching against? Jose Canseco. Want to watch some power pitching and power swinging? We'll have it here. Canseco 0 for 2 with a walk and a stolen base. First and third with 1 out. National League looking for the double play, so Gruber runs and no throw, a stolen base as Socha dropped the ball. Well, that takes care of the double play. Now let's see if they walk Canseco again.
Well, the funny thing, as Gruber steals a base, certainly the turf here at Wrigley Field is not the best running conditions.
Ball on the count. Second and third, 1 out. And a fly ball might drop. No, it carries out to the right fielder. A tag and a throw by Strawberry at the plate. He is out on the most exciting play of the All-Star game. And it ends the inning. A great throw by Strawberry. And Socha's one of the best at making the tag. 2 runs, 3 hits, and 1 man left. Some throw.
Exceptionally strong throw because Strawberry puts himself in a position to throw. Mike Socha is the best in the business at blocking the plate, and that's exactly what he does, stopping Julio Franco.
He hasn't touched the plate yet.
If he did, he knocked his foot away. Socha is the best in the business at that particular play, and the throw coming in from the right side is the toughest for a catcher because you don't know where the runner is.
Harry Carey.
Take me out to the crowd. Find me something I can represent. I don't care if I ever get back home. Too good for the lobby. If they know when it's a shame for it. 1, 2, 3.
Field, Chicago, no matter which team is playing the Chicago Cubs. And even though it's late here in this Midwestern city, about 10 minutes past 11 o'clock, enthusiasm still holds forth on the part of these baseball fans who have welcomed the baseball world to their ballpark.
It's official. Harry Carey has sung "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." Bobby Thigpen, the South Sider, is in relief. Brett Saberhagen. Saberhagen could stand to win this ball game if Thigpen et al. Can hold the lead. Thigpen leads the major leagues in saves with 27.
And Saberhagen, 2 perfect innings with 1 strikeout, and Thigpen is only the 4th pitcher used by Tony La Russa this evening. Thigpen Tower, Thigpen Power. The American League in good shape, leading 2-0, and the breeze still, well, has changed around a little bit, blowing in toward center, toward home plate.
By the way, that stolen base by Kelly Gruber, the American League's 4th stolen base, that ties an all-star record, and Lance Parrish is now the catcher. So Parrish and Thigpen, the new battery.
But don't discount these National League hitters, starting with Will Clark.
Bobby Thigpen's teammate at Mississippi State.
And they battle one another. Clark is 1 for 2 in this game. And ball 1. Bottom of the 7th. 2-0, the American League. There's a strike as he keeps it away from the left-handed batter.
In college, Thigpen hit behind Will Clark. Clark hit 4th, Thigpen 5th at Mississippi State. Rafael Palmeiro is a 3-hole hitter. And as we said earlier, Jeff Brantley, who was in this game earlier, and we'll try to get a report on Brantley and the condition of Jeff.
Thigpen, 2 balls and a strike, and makes it 3-1. This pitcher is from St. Petersburg, Florida. Chatting with him the other day, lives very near the dog track down there, Derby Lane, which we frequent during spring training. Will Clark trying to get on base for the 2nd time. Thrilling play into the top of the 7th, and now Clark hits it on the ground to Ozigian. Wide, but out at first base to start the bottom of the 7th.
Ozigian, long noted for his glove in the American League, is hitting .330 this year. Product of Walt Reniak. He can pick it.
12 in a row have been retired by American League pitchers now. Ozigian throws out Will Clark, and Tim Wallach bats for the first time this evening. And a little bouncer the pitcher has to cover. And does for the 2nd out as he took the throw from Fielder. That's 13 National Leaguers in a row set down. What's Pat O'Brien doing here in the 7th inning?
Jack, I'm with Harry Carey, and Harry, you sound pretty good.
Why not? Why not? Hey, Jack and Tim, how you doing? You should be up here with me in the announcer's booth with my good friend Wayne Messmer.
Let me ask you this. What does it mean to Chicago to have the All-Star Game right here in your Wrigley Field?
Oh, it's great. It's, well, look at this ballpark. Look at these people, greatest fans in the world. And if you're going to play an All-Star Game in an intimate ballpark where everybody's your friend almost, you can tell the expression on everybody's face. This would be it. Look where Canseco hit one yesterday. 455 feet.
Harry could talk about baseball all day here. We're going to throw it back to Jack. Hey, thanks, Harry.
Good to see you, Pat.
Darryl Strawberry is up with a 1-1 count, 2 out, and unfortunately for the National League, nobody on base as they trail 2-0 in the bottom of the 7th. Foul ball puts Strawberry in the hole, 1-2. What a resurgence Darryl has had this season.
In his last 100 at-bats, he's hitting .394 with 13 home runs. He has been the main reason the Mets have surged.
Thigpen has him set up. Got him. 14 National Leaguers in a row have been retired. Now we have played 7 innings. And the American League's on top, 2-0.
Over the sound of rain, we hear the roar of Pontiac excitement. It is a GM 16-valve 4 that survived 400 hours at full throttle without a whimper. And this world-class 6 is taken to the limit night after night, improving Pontiac endurance. GM engines are rated more dependable than all the other domestic makers. So take a closer look at Pontiac. With 77 models redesigned and engineered, GM is putting quality on the road.
Patterson at 9, Williams at 11. Then the Walton presentation. What a day. Hi, Mike Smith to see Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Patterson's tied up, but he'd like you to wait.
There goes my schedule.
I'm glad you called. The Walton specs have changed.
We have to talk to the suppliers in England.
Okay. Your conference call is ready, sir.
When you're on the road, nobody has more ways to help you than AT&T.
Hope I haven't upset your schedule. No problem.
AT&T, how can we help you?
Just gotta do the work.
If you want to get here,
Work, work, work.
or here,
Just gotta get out there and do it.
or here, you're going to have to start somewhere. Nike! At Foot Locker, where it all begins.
He's a big city doctor
I'm not the Grizzly Adams type.
in the Alaskan wilds.
Too much hunting, Joe?
Just on the Lower East Side for bargains.
Northern Exposure premieres Thursday.
CBS Sports coverage of the 61st All-Star Game is sponsored by today's Chevrolet, who invite you to see why nobody's winning like the heartbeat of America. The companies of the Prudential. Come to the Prudential and build your future on the rock. And by Bud Light. Everything else is just a light.
Hey, this game isn't over. We're going into the 8th inning, and you can never count on a victory here in Wrigley Field until it's nailed down. This is Randy Myers, who is the 8th National League pitcher of the night. The new first baseman is Bobby Bonilla, with Will Clark out of the game at the moment. And there's Bobby. He brought the first baseman's glove. He knew this figured in the plans. The leadoff batter is George Bell. Bell is 0 for 1 with a strikeout in this game, as the American League tries to get more. 1-1 the count. On deck, it's Kirby Puckett. We'll have fun watching him. American League sitting pretty at the moment, 2-0, top of the 8th. And we're sitting pretty now weather-wise. No more rain. Bell hits it high in the air for Strawberry. Ball carrying a little bit differently now. There's one out. You know, we're looking at Randy Myers. He used to be with the Mets. John Franco is now with the Mets. Used to be with Cincinnati.
Last year, Randy Myers had a mustache. Now he doesn't, but this year, John Franco has the mustache. So that is nice going, guys. That's great. That is genuinely trading places.
I wonder if those two did that on purpose.
How about that? They were traded for one another, and here they are in the All-Star game together.
Batting is Kirby Puckett. There's a strike from Randy Myers. Myers has 17 saves, and look at those figures, a typical Kirby Puckett year. And for a while, he was the highest paid player in baseball, but not long. Pops it up foul, and it comes back and out of play.
Kirby Puckett was the highest paid player in baseball for about 24 hours last winter. As a matter of fact, the highest paid player changed 9 times last year. American League's leading hitter last year, and only the second right-handed hitter since 1970, second right-handed hitter to lead the American League in hitting.
Myers is throwing 90 miles an hour. He's ahead on the count. Ball 1, 1-2.
Free-swinging Kirby Puckett. Not up there to walk, especially in his hometown.
Gets a base hit. When you can hit, you can hit. Oh, the ball got past Strawberry. And Puckett with 1 out is going to end up at third base, and that's important. Strawberry gets the ball back in. Probably a single and an error. And the fans here get after Strawberry. They don't like any of the Met players, not just Darrell.
Well, they were cheering Darrell in the 6th inning, or in the 7th inning, because he made the throw home. They were booing him yesterday. This ball gets by Strawberry. It hasn't been scored. It is a hit and an error, a single and an error on Darrell Strawberry.
Puckett's a good mutter. He shoots around to third base with 1 out. The infield has to come in. And here's ball 1 to Cecil Fielder, who is batting for the 2nd time this evening. Flied out to center his 1st time. So a base hit by Puckett. 2-0. The American League already leading. And the count goes to ball 2. Fielder takes ball 3. It was a single and an error charged to Strawberry, and that was the first error of the evening. And you can bet your bottom dollar that Cecil is going to be swinging on 3-0, and Myers knows that. But he took ball 4. There have been 2, 4, 5. That's the 6th walk given to the American League to go with their 7 hits. And we have a pinch hitter with men at 1st and 3rd with 1 out. There's Roger Craig trying to figure out how to stop this American League attack. Alan Trammell is the pinch hitter. This is the first at bat for the Detroit Tigers shortstop. Batting here in the 8th inning.
Mentioned through the 80s, you talk about the gifted shortstops in the American League. Cal Ripken Jr., Robin Yount when he played there for the Brewers, and Alan Trammell. Trammell the MVP in 1984. Robin Yount the MVP in 1982 as a shortstop.
National League wants the double play ball. Trammell wants at least the fly ball. There's a strike from Myers.
As a matter of fact, Cal Ripken Jr. sandwiched in between there in 1983. So it was Yount, Ripken, and Trammell. 3 consecutive MVP shortstops in the American League, 82, 3, and 4.
It's been a strong position. 1st and 3rd, 1 out. Trammell hits a pop fly for the 2nd baseman, Alomar. 2 out as Roberto takes it down. Now the National League can keep the deficit to 2 runs. Here's a fellow who played a big part in the run scoring. It was a base hit by Sandy Alomar in the top of the 7th, a pinch hit by this batter, Lance Parrish, and a 2-run single by Franco in the 7th. First and 3rd, 2 out, and a strike.
Parrish has made it clear that he loves the American League. He signed as a free agent with the Philadelphia Phillies, played over there for 2 years, was unsuccessful in the National League, back in the American League, and here another All-Star assignment.
Count goes to strike 2 on Parrish. The base hit by Franco that drove in the runs was a double, 2-run double. And he subsequently was thrown out at the plate to end the 7th. And now the American League with a 2-out threat in the 8th. Pop fly foul near the stands and tantalizingly out of reach, only 2 rows back. Bobby Bonilla couldn't get close enough. So Parrish has another chance to add to the 2-0 lead here in the 8th inning.
That foul ball perilously close to the commissioner's seat. If you remember in last year's World Series in Game 4, Will Clark toppling over the railing and into the lap of Commissioner Fay Vincent. The commissioner, yeah, he's going to sign the ball. All right.
The American League has already left 7 and hit into 2 double plays. But they lead 2-0 in the 8th. Parrish gets this ball up in the air. It'll ride out, but the pitch is in the air for ball 1. Over at third base, running the bases, it is Kirby Puckett. And on at first, Cecil Fielder. And Lance Parrish, the batter. 1-2 the count. A late swing and a foul by Parrish, who just stays up there with that foul ball. The American League has out-hit the National League 7-1.
Fastball on the outside corner off the mask of Socia, the glove in the mask.
And another foul. Now the wind has changed, and this is the way the hitters had been hoping it would be blowing all night. It's blowing out toward left and into left center. But when we started the game, it was blowing toward the right field foul line. It might have affected the hitting early. But for the most part, it's been an overpowering American League pitching staff. 1-2 to Parrish, and another foul. First and third, 2 out, 2-0. The American League on top. We're in the visitors' half of the 8th inning. Socia's caught the entire game. Myers throws high and away, 2-2. Myers reaches down to get a little dry sand for his pitching hand. He is the 8th National League pitcher tonight. And ball 3. Now the runner will go from first. That's Fielder. And Bobby Bonilla is now going to drop behind him. Walked him and the bases are loaded. First base umpire said he did not swing. So Julio Franco comes up with the bases loaded, 2 out.
Well, the last time Julio was the batter, it was first and third and nobody out. Rob Dibble on the mound in relief of Jeff Brantley, an 0-2 fastball away. And predictably, Franco hits. That's something you could really call a mistake by Dibble, I don't suppose. A little bit too much of the plate, but you got to give credit to Franco. Good piece of hitting.
Well, he's driven in 2. He'd like to get some more. Bases loaded, 2 out. There have been 7 walks handed out by the National League hurlers. Myers just missed with that one. Third base, it is Puckett. Down at second base, Fielder. And the runner at first is Parrish. And the batter, Julio Franco. Ball 2. Socia to the mound of Myers, who's walked 2 and given up a base hit to Puckett in this inning. American League hasn't scored here in the 8th, but they have this base-loaded 2-out opportunity.
With Dibble pitching, the outfield was shaded around toward right center, and Len Dykstra, even though a left-hander's out there now, is still around toward right center.
Franco on 2-0. Took a strike, 2-1.
Sometimes the velocity of a pitcher determines how you play the hitter. And because Myers throws so hard, the outfield, a tendency to shift around toward the right part of the outfield.
Franco could blow this game wide open. He flies it into right, and Strawberry has a beat on it. And the inning is over. And now the American League has left 10, but they lead 2-0 in the bottom of the 8th.
Oh, it's a long
from May to December, but the days grow short when you reach September.
At the Prudential, we believe that the end of a life should be no less dignified than all the years before it. That's why we've created the Living Needs Benefit, making it possible for those permanently confined to a nursing home to collect their death benefit while they're alive. So at a time when money should be the least of their concerns, it can be.
And these few precious days I'll spend with you. These precious days I'll spend with you.
Chevrolet introduces the bigger-than-ever four-door Chevy S10 Blazer. Now America's best-loved sport utility vehicle gives you 4 doors and standard four-wheel anti-lock brakes. The bigger-than-ever, better-than-ever 1991 four-door S10 Blazer. Open one up and see why nobody's winning like
Heartbeat of America. Chevrolet. Today's truck is Chevrolet.
When something's bugging your town, who do you call?
Delbert McClintock, Infestation Management.
Delbert the Bug Buster.
Rock and roll!
He's searching for spiders.
Hello.
Looking for action.
Better uncork my private stock.
Busting bugs and anything else that gets in his way.
No room for amateurs in this game.
Hollywood Pictures and Adlin Entertainment present Jeff Daniels, John Goodman.
I'm bad.
Arachnophobia, a thrill-omedy, rated PG-13. National sneak preview this Saturday night.
Getting late for the National League as we look down from the Goodyear blimp. National League has only 1 hit, and that was a first-inning single by Will Clark. Goodyear people with a long evening up in the rain clouds. We appreciate the pictures they have sent down to us. We have a new pitcher. It's Chuck Findlay. He's the Angels' top winner, and he leads the American League in earned run average, 2.54 and a record of 11-4. Pretty good man to protect the lead, Tim.
His first All-Star appearance, he made last year's team, but he didn't appear.
And here batting for the first time is Bobby Bonilla. Gruber with the play to his left, and he throws him out. You know, that's 15 National League batters in a row who have been retired.
The American League pitching has just dominated tonight. You saw Wallach a while ago get ready to field a ground ball, and now it's Kelly Gruber. The National League really, I mean, this offense hasn't hit a lot of balls hard tonight.
Here is Greg Olson, and Tim McCarver and I agreed before the game that this fella is probably the most bubbly of all the All-Stars who are here. He is the one most impressed. He's had a tough career again getting to the big leagues. He was a 6-year minor league free agent, and now the Atlanta Braves are reaping the benefits of his production. And he's hit 6 home runs, driven in 25 runs, batting .289, and he's done the job behind the plate for them.
He missed the first 6 days of the season. Ernie Witt, John Russell were the catchers. Russell was released, and then the Braves drafted Phil Lombardi from the Mets.
Strike 2 the count.
Lombardi quit, and they called Greg Olson back up, so they really went through 4 catchers before they got to Olson. Here he is now. He's an all-star. It's a great story.
And they also had Jody Davis down there with Atlanta at the start of the year. Olson in the hole, however, and he strikes out as Findlay turned the ball over and gets his first strikeout, and that's 16 in a row set down by American League hurlers.
Talking to American League hitters, they say that Chuck Findlay has as wicked a split-finger fastball as any pitcher in the American League. And that's what Olson went down on. I mean, that was a hard, vicious, that was a downer. Findlay 6'6", 212.
Only LaRusso can afford to look a bit smug now. 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. American League leading 2-0.
Here's that pitch once again to Greg Olson with a count 1-2. Watch this ball go down. Wow.
Here is Barry Bonds trying to figure out this hurler. 2 balls, no strikes the count with 2 out. A wonderful season for Barry Bonds, and his dad is here, Bobby. And this is the first at bat for Bonds. Or the second at bat. He's 0 for 1. Fly to right his first time, and that's ball 3. There are 2 out. 16 in a row have been set down. Finley pumps a strike in there. This season of his, 11-4, no accident. He was 16-9 last year. He is 6'6", weighs 212. He can bring it. And he throws it low and walks Bonds and opens the door a little bit with 2 out here in the 8th. And guess who's up? One of the Cubbies. There's Tony La Russa. Not quite so comfortable now as he was a moment ago as Dunston stands in, and the wind is blowing out toward left, and Dunston could tie this. Oh, that'd be wonderful, wouldn't it, to tie it and have some extra innings here tonight?
I don't know if the National League pitching staff would hold out. They only have 2 more pitchers left after Randy Myers.
Runner at first. Bonds a good base stealer. Ball 1. Well, he probably won't be gambling with 2 men out and his club 2 runs behind. He has stolen 24 bases.
Yeah, but no way he runs right here. You got to let him hit.
The initials on the back of the helmet of Sean Dunston are the first initials of his 2 daughters. And I've chatted with Sean about his family, and he is really thrilled with the life that he is leading right now. Runner at first, 2 out. 1 to the shortstop, Guillen. Force out, and the inning is over, and still the National League has only 1 hit, and they still trail 2-0.
Days of Thunder is a motion picture about a driver, his car, and the will to win. And so is this motion picture, the Chevy Lumina Coupe. On the track and on the street, nobody's winning like.
The heartbeat of America
A small business has a choice of 2 kinds of copiers. Ordinary copiers with short-lived manufacturer's warranties that expire in 90 days. Or Xerox desktop copiers, the only ones dependable enough to have a 3-year manufacturer's warranty. 12 times longer than anyone else's. So if you want a dependable copier, get one whose quality is measured in years, not days. Xerox, winner of the 1989 Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award.
Did you know that there is a belief in business today that some long-distance companies can save you lots of money over AT&T? But this has grown way out of proportion, especially if you're a small business. Look at it this way. When you compare the other guys' long-distance rates next to AT&T long-distance, you'll find you can get AT&T quality at extremely competitive prices. And there's nothing inflated about that.
Hello? Hello?
Value, another AT&T advantage.
Tennis pump from Reebok. It helps you get around the battlefield with a little more confidence.
Well, coming up on midnight in Chicago, the American League carries a 2-0 lead into the 9th inning. And here are some of the highlights. After the 1 hour and 8-minute rain delay, Julio Franco doubled home the only 2 runs of this game. And Darryl Strawberry prevented further scoring as he threw a man out at the plate to end the 7th inning. A great tag by Mike Scioscia. Now we have a new pitcher for the National League, and it's John Franco, and this is a record, folks. This is the 9th National League pitcher used in this game this evening, and Greg Olson takes over behind the plate.
We showed you the trading places. Greg Olson now trading places with Mike Scioscia, who started the game. John Franco in relief of Randy Myers, for whom he was traded last winter.
As again, 0 for 1 is going to be 0 for 2. Roberto Alomar throws him out here to start the 9th inning.
You know what Roger Craig has really done? He has used 9 pitchers, and he is saving Neil Heaton in case the National League ties it in the bottom of the 9th. The reason for that, Heaton's last start was July 4th, 6 days ago. So Roger, if the National League ties it in the 9th, Neil Heaton will just be a starting pitcher.
And he might pitch for a long time. The way runs have been hard to come by here tonight. This is Kelly Gruber. Gruber has a walk and a stolen base, and Dennis Eckersley is warming up in the bullpen. How much better shape can the American League be in? They have out-hit the National League 7-1. National League has made the game's only error. Oh, the visitors have been unkind here tonight. 1 out in the top of the 9th. Franco's pitch is fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Franco has hit his stride here in the 1990 season. He is 4-0. Earned run average of less than 2 and 17 saves. So Gruber has his hands full trying to hit this lefty. Both managers have done a fine job of getting a lot of players into the game, which is what the fans enjoy. That ball shot through the legs of Olson. Olson says, "No wonder I can't hit him. I can't catch him." 2-2 the count. The umpire says, "Please try to catch those." 2-2. And that's foul just outside first. John Dunston, a creature of habit down there at the shortstop position when the pitcher gets ready to throw the ball.
He almost lines up his position. Sean lining up first base. That's to remind him where it is, I guess.
3-2 the count.
I'll tell you, with his arm, he doesn't need to line it up.
He
there
always
it is.
reminds himself where he's going to throw the ball. 3-2. Shot at the center fielder, Dykstra. 2 out.
Big connection tonight with Clark and Thigpen. We also talked about the University of Michigan with Larkin and Sabo. Well, John Franco and Viola, Frank Viola, both attending St. John's. It's right near Shea Stadium, Flushing, New York.
And a lot of people from the New York City area, including those 2 you just mentioned, Bobby Bonilla and Sean Dunston. Canseco, he's had a walk. He is 0 for 3. Ball 1 from John Franco.
See, Franco has to keep the ball down to Canseco to be effective. And I think this is a dangerous hitter for Franco right here. Canseco has not looked good tonight.
He foul tipped that one into the glove of Walton. 1-1. You know, we might see more of this fall with Canseco at the plate and Franco on the mound. A lot of things have to happen for that to come about. Ball 2. And you can see Olson having difficulty catching Franco, and some kids and some older folks waiting for Canseco to loft one out in their area.
I think this is the best chance tonight that they have to get a ball over the fence or into the street. Low ball pitcher, low ball hitter.
And in the dirt, not that low. 3-1. With 2 out in the top of the 9th. We'll see what Franco's approach is on a 3-1 pitch. Nope, that's going to be caught by the left fielder, Barry Bonds. Always catches the ball in that fashion. John Franco has a 1-2-3 inning, bottom of the 9th. 2-0 the American League.
big hitters. They run their business with a master's touch. And now I can. It's new MCI Vision. Till now, only the fortunate 500 got the control and flexibility that MCI Vision gives us. Because until now, most long-distance companies thought we were too small. Well, we're not. Ask our accounting department. Why is MCI the only company that sees us as we really are? Maybe they have a little better perspective.
Introducing MCI Vision. Big business long distance for your business.
Want to see this dull, dry hair disappear?
Like magic?
Try some magic. A touch of VO5 Hairdressing's 5 natural conditioners makes dull, dry hair look radiant.
More manageable, too.
Try some magic.
VO5 for healthier looking hair.
You're not leaving until you eat breakfast, so you might as well do it. If we've told you once, we've told you 1,000 times. Have you forgotten everything we taught you?
A suggestion for all you grown-ups who think there's no time for a hot breakfast. Kellogg's Pop-Tarts.
See, Will, fruit. You like fruit, don't you? Now open wide.
Kellogg's Pop-Tarts. The hot breakfast everyone has time for.
You know you like them.
Bloopers happen in baseball. Hey, they can happen to you with a woman's hairspray. So get Consort Men's Hairspray. Consort's extra fine mist gives you invisible hold. Don't drop the ball when it comes to your hair. Do it right with Consort.
Bottom of the ninth is where we are, but where is Pat O'Brien?
All right, Jack, thank you. We are in the catacombs at Wrigley to talk about the lights at Wrigley. You know the story. They didn't have lights here for 74 years. Last 2 seasons they've had lights. Kind of controversial. We're cleared to go in here. You've seen the lights, I know, but I want to show you something I bet you haven't seen. These, my friends, are the switches that turn on the lights that ended exclusive daytime baseball at Wrigley. And all the traditionalists, I bet, would love to come and turn these off. You know, I lived in Chicago for several years, and I have a lot of friends here who would love to have me switch one of these off. I'll think about it.
Oh, you wouldn't. You wouldn't, Pat.
That's a switch.
Yeah, that's a switch. That's a loose cannon, Pat O'Brien. He's a grenade with a pin bolt, and he's found the light switch. Let's hope. Here he strains himself. The new pitcher is Dennis Eckersley. What better man for La Russa to run out there with a 2-1 record, 25 saves, and Dykstra leading it off in the bottom of the ninth. That's ball one. Dykstra can work you for a walk, but Eckersley doesn't do that very often.
2 walks in 36 1/3 innings this year. 2.
Lenny Dykstra leading it off here in the bottom of the ninth. And there's a strike. It's 1-1. Roberto Alomar will follow. So the National League has to get a runner on base to have a chance. 1-1, ball 2. Lenny Dykstra leading the National League and the Major Leagues in hitting with a .360 mark. He was over .400 for a long time in the early part of the season.
.462 on base percentage, too. Leads the majors.
Strike from Eckersley. 2-2. Now he'll have to start swinging. Two and 2 to Lenny Dykstra. 3 times he has flied out. And a foul ball keeps Dykstra up there. All-Star Game history, we've had some low-hit games, but here the National League has had only 1 hit. And there's a hit. So Dykstra adds some excitement to the game with a leadoff single here in the 9th inning. He is on base for the first time. Leave it to him. He does what he has to do.
Ball down and in, and Dykstra rifles it back up the middle. Only the 2nd hit for the National League, and by far the hardest hit ball. Remember, once again, the National League has 1 pitcher left, and he's warming in the bullpen now, and that's Neil Heaton.
Dykstra runs the bases, but they're going to play behind him down there. They don't expect him to run, but he is a daring sort. His fielder plays behind him. Roberto Alomar. He's a switch hitter, and there's strike one. Neil Heaton warming up. He of the Pirates enjoying a banner season. And a fly ball into center field, and Puckett's on the move, and that's the first out of the ninth inning. Alomar made a good bid for a base hit, but Puckett grabbed it. And here comes a home run threat. Matt Williams is going to be the batter, and Parrish goes out to talk with his pitcher, and the shortstop comes in. They want to make certain of their approach.
How about this for a setting? What a fine young third baseman Matt Williams is. We talked about it before. Babe Ruth with the first All-Star home run in Comiskey Park. And Matt Williams not only has 17 home runs, but does a remarkable impersonation of Babe Ruth. Remarkable.
He'll be pumping. The wind might help him. We're in the bottom of the ninth. Tying run at the plate. 2-0, the American League on top. The American League would like the double play to end this game. Eckersley, and now they're holding against Dykstra. And ball one to Williams. They'd like to get him on him breaking stuff. He's a dead fastball hitter. 17 home runs, 69 runs batted in, leading the National League in runs batted in. A little chopper foul. The coordinating producer of Major League Baseball on CBS is Rick LaCivita. And this evening's telecast directed by Joe Assetti. Pre-game show produced by Ed Gorin. The senior producer of CBS Sports is David Winter. The executive producer of CBS Sports is Ted Shaker. 1-1 to Matt Williams of the Giants. A little bit low, and that's ball 2-1 from Eckersley. Williams was in the home run hitting contest yesterday. Eckersley used to pitch for the Cubs, so he's familiar with this Wrigley Field setting. 2-0, the Americans on top. 1 on, 1 out. 2-2 now.
He had his pitch right here, that unusual style. A lot of hitters trigger their swing. Matt Williams triggers his whole body. It's that little rock, hits off his backside. He just came up empty with that one.
2-2, and foul ball keeps him up there. Matt Williams with one swing could tie this affair.
Similar career in the first 2 years, as you see Doug Jones from Cleveland, Randy Johnson, the left-hander from Seattle. Matt Williams, a similar career. Mike Schmidt.
Tag on the inside corner. That's the second out of the inning.
I tell you, I'm surprised Eckersley came right back in there, but look where Lance Parrish, the catcher, is. Inside corner, and that's where they get him. Usually in a home run situation, you've got a power hitter up there. If you're going to make a mistake, you make it away. But Eckersley, bold and brash here at Wrigley, threw the fastball in the inside corner.
Last hope, Tim Wallach. Strike one from Dennis Eckersley. Wallach is 0 for 1. It's not beyond him to tie this game. Dykstra at first, 2 out, and that's strike 2 in the American League, within 1 strike of a 2-0 shutout. Wallach has a great batting mark career-wise against Eckersley. 12 out of 34 with a home run. And a foul ball, and Parrish is back at the screen, but nothing doing. That's how close this game came to ending right there. 0-2. You're in a bad spot when Eckersley backs you up 0-2. Eckersley is only the 6th pitcher for the American League, and Tony La Russa. Wallach with an 0-2 count, 2 out, bottom of the ninth. Runner at first, Dykstra, 2-0 American League. And a high pop fly stays in play for fielder. And that's the way this one ends. And the National League is blanked on only 2 base hits. And they only left 4, so they didn't have that many chances. Tim?
Only 2 hits for the National League. And the National League didn't hit an awful lot of balls hard. The last hit in the 9th inning by Lynn Dykstra, the only ball really they hit hard.
We're going to have the naming of our most valuable player in this game with Greg Gumbel. He'll have it right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish my old partner was here tonight, because this used to be our song. I have everything.
All my dreams come true.
Eddie!
You in my arms, stock and bomb, bring a home for 2.
In the movies, happy endings are easy, but in the real world, they take solid planning. So for investment advice, peace of mind, even buying or selling a home, come to the companies of the Prudential and build your future on the rock.
Maybe someone's trying to tell you something.
Chocolate. Nature promises the taste of rich, tempting chocolate. Breyers keeps nature's promise with real chocolate. Breyers starts with nothing artificial. Just fresh milk, real cream, and luscious chocolate. So nothing gets in the way of that rich chocolate taste. Breyers ice cream, or Breyers Light with 1/3 less butter fat than ice cream. We keep nature's promise.
Area Marketing Manager for Chevrolet Motor Division, Mr. Ramsey.
Julio, on behalf of Chevrolet and Major League Baseball, it's a real pleasure to present you with this most valuable trophy. And it also is our pleasure to offer this Astro van or an S-Blazer to the charity of your choice in your name. Congratulations, Julio.
Thank you. I'll be taking this trophy on behalf of all the players and make this happen, and I'm really glad we won. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Steve, thank you very much. Julio, congratulations to you. That's going to have a special place for you at home?
Well, yes. The guy told me, just go over there and do your best and give us a good game and then play for us, represent us, and I think I did real well.
We all sit out a 1 hour and 8-minute rain delay, and then you come back and deliver the game-winning hit. Tell us about it.
Well, I went there and saw Ricky and them play a little cards, relax, and stretch a little, and when I come back out, I was trying to do my business.
You have a guy up against you, too, in Rob Dibble, who throws some serious heat.
Well, he throws hard, and then he got a lot of body motion, but the ball is straight. His ball is straight up.
Yeah. How do you feel about just being here, this overall atmosphere, and how many times have you been in Wrigley Field?
Well, this is my second time Wrigley Field. I was here back in '82 with the Philadelphia Phillies, and now I'm back with the All-Star Game, and I'm glad to be here.
You do the Texas Rangers proud, huh?
I'm proud of them.
Yeah, one of the things that was very difficult out here were the playing conditions, too. Did you weather that okay?
Well, the field is kind of wet, and it's hard to run. The air is kind of heavy, but other than that, it's all right.
Okay, Julio Franco, the most valuable player of the 1990 Major League game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll take a timeout.
CBS Sports coverage of the 61st All-Star Game has been sponsored by General Motors. GM is putting quality on the road. Sears, where you get your money's worth and a whole lot more. And by AT&T, the right choice.
Once again, the final score of the 61st Major League All-Star Game. The American League 2 and the National League nothing. We invite you to join CBS Sports for more coverage of Major League Baseball this Saturday at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. You will see either the Kansas City Royals and the Boston Red Sox or the San Diego Padres and the Pittsburgh Pirates. On a night when the teams battle the elements as well as each other, Julio Franco comes up a hero. We hope you've enjoyed the 61st Major League Baseball All-Star Game as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. For Jack Buck, Tim McCarver, Pat O'Brien, Jim Cott, and for all of us at CBS Sports, I'm Greg Gumbel. Thank you very much for joining us here at Wrigley Field. This has been a presentation of CBS Sports, the home of Major League Baseball's jeweled events.
Morning, folks. This is Captain Neely. Appears we've got the friendly skies all to ourselves.
While most people are just getting up, one airline is off to over 200 business centers across the U.S. United.
Thanks for flying the friendly skies.
When you look for champions, you look